Everyone, please take your seats. Please take your seats. We will start in 2 minutes. We will start in 2 minutes. Good morning. Oh, we can do a lot better than that. Good morning. In all things, we give thanks. Thank you for attending this historic event as we celebrate beyond 75 years of John Hope Franklin's work from slavery to freedom. We have over 300 people registered in person and over 300 people registered online. I am Dr. Jim C. Harper II, Interim Associate Dean for the School of Graduate Studies, and I will serve as your MC for today. I do have a few housekeeping items. First, please silence your phones. Silence them or put them on vibrate. We can do that right now, family. Second, please note the locations of the restrooms. Go out these back doors and go to my left. It'll be your left. And go around and you'll find the restrooms. To exit this space, you can use those back doors or these side doors. At this time, I'd like to introduce a few dignitaries. When I call your name, please stand. And once you're acknowledged, you may take your seat. Dr. Miles Mark Fisher, former president of the University of the District of Columbia. Dr. Everett Ward, former president, St. Augustine's University, and former president of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. Ms. Frankie Perry, President, North Carolina Central University Foundation Board. And Ms. Jody Leslie, cousin to the Franklin family. At this time, I'll introduce the Program Planning Committee. If you're in the room, please stand. Our chairman, Dr. John Guttrell. Ms. Alex Odom, she is a doctoral student at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Andre Van, University Archivist, North Carolina Central University. I would also like to thank Provost David Jackson for his resources, both monetary and his staff, with assisting with this event. I'd like to recognize, Provost. Miss Selena Mumford, Provost Office. Ms. Mumford. I'd like to recognize Dean Carlton Wilson, Dean of the College of Arts, Social Sciences, and Humanities, North Carolina Central University. Ms. Quick Wright, the Director of Events and Conference Services. Ms. Sharnia Herbin, Administrative Support Specialist. Philip Vereen, Director of Transportation. This program was the vision of Mr. John Whittington Franklin and his wife, Mrs. Karen Roberts Franklin. They pulled us all together. Their vision was for this event to be a family reunion, and I believe we have accomplished this mission. Franklins, please stand. Please give them a round of applause. At this time, we shall proceed with the program with remarks from Dr. Charles Johnson, Dr. Candis Watt-Smith, and Dr. David H. Jackson, Jr., in that order.
Good morning. The sun never sets at North Carolina Central University. It ever shines resplendent over the sloping hills in verdant green. From our illustrious founder, Dr. James Edward Shepard, to our esteemed Chancellor, Dr. Johnson O. Akinyele, North Carolina Central University has stood as a bright, shining example of academic and athletic excellence. No step backwards, no retreat. Ever forward until the stars burn out, we continue in our mission to make education and human decency central to the lives of the students and community we are privileged to serve. To paraphrase the late soulful country singer Johnny Cash, the eagle promises the flower of light in the field of darkness, showing the way to a brighter, more secure, and more prosperous future for all eagles. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, scholars, students, and friends, it is with great pride and profound honor that I welcome you to this momentous occasion, a conference that not only celebrates the illustrious career of a towering figure in the annals of history, but also pays tribute to the enduring legacy of knowledge and scholarship he left in his wake. I stand before you today as Charles Denton Johnson, Chair of the Department of History at North Carolina Central University, and it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to Dr. Franklin's family and friends, our partners from Duke University, conference participants, our colleagues from neighboring institutions, local friends, and our own NCCU community. We gather here at the Nest to honor a man whose name and work are synonymous with excellence in historical scholarship, Dr. John Hope Franklin. As we convene in this hallowed institution that played a pivotal role in Dr. Franklin's illustrious career, we cannot help but reflect upon the indomitable spirit, passion, and commitment that drove him. His groundbreaking work, From Slavery to Freedom, a defining narrative of African American history, was largely written while he was a cherished member of our own NCCU family. It is a source of immense pride for our university, a testament to our commitment to nurturing the brightest minds and fostering a rich intellectual tradition. Today we embark on a journey through history guided by the indelible legacy of Dr. Franklin. We explore the narratives of struggle and resilience, the unyielding pursuit of justice, and the transformation of a nation through the eyes of a scholar who dedicated his life to these important themes. We delve into the pages of From Slavery to Freedom, a work transcending time and confronting our past while illuminating a path to a brighter, more inclusive future. Through this conference, we shall witness the convergence of academia, wisdom, and experience. We shall listen to esteemed scholars and thinkers from various institutions, each bringing their unique perspectives and insights into the enduring relevance of Dr. Franklin's work. We shall engage in dialogues that transcend boundaries, of time and geography, connecting the past to our present and projecting the ideals of justice and equality into a shared future. It is through this gathering of minds, this collective appreciation of Dr. Franklin's unparalleled contributions to history, that we rekindle our own commitment to scholarship, equity, and the pursuit of knowledge. Dr. Franklin's legacy serves as an enduring reminder that history is not a static record, but a living narrative, a narrative that we have the power to shape, redefine, and enrich for generations to come. As we commence this conference, let us reflect on the words of Dr. John Hope Franklin himself. Good history is a good foundation for a better present and future. Together, let us build on this foundation, united by a shared commitment to history and the belief that knowledge has power to inspire transformation. Welcome to this celebration of knowledge, reflection, and inspiration. Thank you for joining us here at the Nest as we honor the legacy of Dr. John Hope Franklin and embark on this enlightening journey together. Thank you.
Good morning. Something has brought about the recrudescence of racism in this country. What triggered this bizarre demonstration of a trait that has too long been a part of American life? Perhaps it was the competition for the limited employment opportunities between recent immigrants and longtime citizens, such as African Americans, who have been mistakenly regarded as immigrants. Perhaps it was the view held by some that the civil rights movement has ended, thus no longer holding all of us accountable for this incipient racism. Perhaps it was the mistaken view that the best way to preserve American values is for each American to take the law into her or his own hands. Perhaps there were other forces at work, the sense of insecurity in the workplace on the part of some, the palpable resegregation of public schools in many of our cities, the resistance to racial equality that has been ever present at all levels of American life and in every period of American history, and the belief by some that African Americans should be made to understand that their rightful place in American society is one of subordination. In 2006, John Hope Franklin spoke these words at Duke's graduation ceremonies. These words preceded his challenge to the class of 2006, of which I am a part, to insist that the American ideal of equality be adhered to, that we do our parts to be responsible citizens, that we use the tools and skills that we had garnered during our time at Duke to improve the lives of others, our communities, our nation, and the globe. The description of that moment resonated with me then, and much of it resonates now, though for different reasons. A shift in the Supreme Court, a trend to ban books and whitewash history, a turning away from policy recommendations that came to the forefront only 3 years ago, checkered efforts to reduce the influence of voters of color, lagging efforts to address racial disparities in wealth and health. Needless to say, historians and other scholars with the depth of insight like Dr. Franklin's have the ability to not only speak to the past, but to illuminate present-day contradictions. It is no wonder then that state legislators wish to move this kind of knowledge and scholarly testimony beyond our children's grasp. They, like John Hope Franklin, might become mirrors to America. The other thing he talked about that day is the fact that simply because you are attached to elite, highly regarded institutions, it does not follow that you must become elitist, marked by a sense of self-importance, self-indulgence, or self-centeredness. I needed that message that day. Having been the first in my family to graduate from college, from Duke no less, I may have been inclined toward elitism. But hearing those words, and more importantly, knowing that they came from John Hope Franklin, helped me to be more cognizant of how I ought to navigate the world that I was getting ready to enter, that there were other possibilities. The Fisk and Harvard graduate had, over the course of his own life, been in many elite circles, ranging from teaching among and being a member of the who's who of American intellectuals at Howard University to serving on national commissions, including President Clinton's One America initiative, from writing a book that would become a seminal text in American history to having centers and buildings named for him. If anyone had the opportunity to succumb to elitism, Dr. Franklin had many. Instead, his research served to illuminate the extent to which society had changed, the contributions of Black folks and men, the mechanisms of inequality, and suggestions on the way to mitigate the effects of one of America's most enduring challenges. His service to our country followed in the same vein. And even now, his legacy helps to keep at the top of our mind not just the connection between Duke and NC Central, but the principle that a partnership between these two institutions makes each stronger, provides more capacious opportunities for our students, and produces greater potential for knowledge production. I don't know why John Gartrell, who I sometimes refer to as the fairy godfather of the Black archives at Duke, why he asked me to stand before this illustrious group of scholars and students and friends. I know that I am undeserving of the honor, but I am grateful to be one of the people to share words at this wonderful occasion to celebrate John Hope Franklin and one of his most remarkable and enduring contributions to American society and to the world.
I have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it. Forced upon me, can't refuse it, didn't seek it, didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give an account if I abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but an eternity is in it. God's Minute by the late Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays. Good morning. As you have heard, my name is David H. Jackson, Jr., and I proudly serve as the Provost and Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs here at North Carolina Central University. But they did not tell you that I also have an appointment, academic appointment, as a professor of history in the Department of History at our great university. On behalf of our Chancellor, Dr. Johnson Oakenleyi, the administration, faculty, and staff of North Carolina Central University, I would like to extend a warm, eagle welcome to all of the esteemed scholars, researchers, educators, archivists, students, supporters, and friends who have gathered here for this From Slavery to Freedom Symposium at NCCU this morning. This symposium will honor Dr. John Hope Franklin's legacy and his seminal work, From Slavery to Freedom. Thus, I feel that it is appropriate for us not to only begin at NCCU this morning, because Dr. Franklin worked at this institution after he was hired by our founder, Dr. James E. Shepard, but also because he originally wrote From Slavery to Freedom while serving as a professor of history here at North Carolina Central University. Dr. Shepard came to admire Dr. Franklin so much, yes, we can give a hand to that, certainly. Dr. Shepard came to admire Dr. Franklin so much that he told him one time, "John, you can have any administrative position that you would like to have on this campus, except for mine, which was the presidency." But Dr. Franklin had other plans and desired to make his impact through teaching, research, scholarship, and service. And I think we can all agree that we've all benefited from him making that decision. Although it was written over 75 years ago, Dr. John Hope Franklin's magnum opus, From Slavery to Freedom, is still highly relevant today. Dr. Franklin continued to update this work even after he retired as a James B. Duke Professor of History at Duke University from 1982 to 1985, and served as Professor Emeritus of History from 1985 to 1989. He would join with Dr. Alfred Moss to keep the work current, and now that mantle has been passed to Dr. Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham. In fact, the book, which is in its 10th edition, still remains one of the most authoritative, definitive, and enduring works on the Black experience in America. So we are excited that this symposium will bring together some of the top history scholars and experts from around the country. And as you've seen in the program book and heard from some of the previous presenters, this symposium will include a keynote address by Dr. Higginbotham, the Victor S. Thomas Professor of History and African American Studies at Harvard University and co-author of the current edition of From Slavery to Freedom, and a wide array of panel discussions by leading historians designed to examine the significance of this work some 76 years after its original publication. Now let me end by acknowledging several people and entities for doing the work and helping to make this symposium a success. Some of them may have already been acknowledged or will be acknowledged, but we just cannot say thank you enough. And so you can just hold your applause until I call the names of these individuals. But we do want to recognize Mr. John B. Gartrell, Dr. Jim Harper II, Ms. Alex Odom, Mr. Andre Van, my administrative and executive assistant, Ms. Selena Mufford, who's over at the door over there, Dr. Carlton Wilson, Dean of the College of Arts, Social Sciences, and Humanities, and of course, Mr. John W. Franklin and his lovely wife, Ms. Karen Roberts Franklin. Let's give them a round of applause again. Now to all of the program participants, we thank you all for being here and for all that you are doing to support this event. Let's give them a round of applause as well. To the sponsors of this symposium, Duke University and North Carolina Central University, along with other supporters, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me just say that we are thrilled to partner with Duke University in sponsoring this symposium, and let's give both universities and other supporters a big round of applause. So again, welcome. Welcome to the sloping hills and verdant green of North Carolina Central University, and I wish you much success with this important symposium. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for coming to this first day of the From Slavery to Freedom Symposium, From Durham to the World. The Planning Committee conceived of this would be a collaboration between North Carolina Central and Duke University. My father wrote the book here, at Central between 1943 and 1947. Many years later, he returned to Durham to write George Washington Williams, a biography of the first African-American historian, at the National Humanities Center. He moved my mother, my grandmother, and his 400 orchids to Durham from Chicago. He remembered Duke professor Charles Sidner, who he encountered in the Duke library stacks in the 1940s. Sidner said, "Franklin, I hear that you're against segregation." My father said, "Yes, indeed." Sidner said that if segregation ends, you will be out of a job since the colored schools will close. My father responded, "When segregation ends, your job will be up for grabs, and I'm going to go after it." So in 1982, he accepted an endowed chair at Duke and taught in the history department and then at the Duke Law School. How times have changed. Evelyn, can you please join me briefly on the stage? From Slavery to Freedom has endured and grown. Thanks to Professor Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham, together they completed the 9th edition. Since my father's passing in 2009, Professor Higginbotham has published the 10th edition and is working on the 11th edition. We want to thank you, Evelyn, for maintaining the legacy and improving and expanding From Slavery to Freedom with new research, new knowledge, and new history. Here is a token of our appreciation on behalf of the Planning Committee.
Thank you so much.
You can have a seat.
I have one other person I'd like to introduce to the audience. It is the great-grandson of Dr. James E. Shepherd, founder of North Carolina Central University, Mr. Isaac Green. We will now prepare for our first panel. Before I introduce the panelists, on your screen will appear a QR code. You take a picture of that QR code in order for you to send answers to the Planning Committee. Questions, your questions to the Planning Committee. We'll also have people in the aisles with pieces of paper you can write down your questions and give them back, and so we can prepare for that session. At this time, the first panel, Duke, Durham, NCCU, and Scholarship in Jim Crow South. Dr. Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham, who's already on stage, is our moderator. Mr. Andre Van, panelists, join us. Dr. William Darity, Duke University. Dr. Lydia Lindsay, North Carolina Central University, and myself. We turn it over to you, Dr. Higginbotham.
Well, thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here today. I do want to say that the last time I was at North Carolina Central University was in 2011. And I was invited by the Duke Law School to talk about the 9th edition of From Slavery to Freedom. So it's really a treat to be back all these years later and to moderate this panel. I really want to thank John Gartrell and John Franklin and the whole team that put this symposium together. And it is wonderful that the two schools are represented because, as it was said, John Franklin was here when he first published From Slavery to Freedom. So our panel is interested in Durham, Duke, North Carolina Central University, and the scholarship in the Jim Crow South. And so I will ask a question, and our speaker will come and talk to you for a while from prepared remarks, and then we'll have a conversation. I need somebody to hand up the timekeeper to tell us when we should turn to audience participation, because we want to get your voices into this conversation. So we will begin now. So I'd like to begin with you, Jim Harper, because you have been in the Department of History a long time. You have a sense of the chairs of the Department of History. Talk to us about that history, the history of the History Department.
Well, as you can see, I'm on deck all day today. So as I collect my notes, a couple of things. My provost said he only had a minute, only 60 seconds in it. I have 7 minutes. And so one of the first things I did when I became department chair in 2012 is I started developing many biographies of all the department chairs who came before me. And it was quite a task for some of the earlier ones, finding information about them. And I still collect as much information as I can find. And when I talk to people who have knowledge of them, I try to document that as well. So for purposes of the question that Dr. Higginbotham gave me, I'm going to highlight 2 department chairs from the Department of History. During this era, African American educators struggled with career limitations imposed by Jim Crow laws. Their accomplishments and other African American educators of the time provided a foundation for the success of others to come. Durham's Black Wall Street was emerging as one of the wealthiest Black business and residential communities in the country at the time. Durham, for the most part, was a safe space for Black people. Scholarship in the Jim Crow South at North Carolina Central University was continuous and addressed complex issues in Black life and culture. I'm going to cover first Doc Jackson Jordan. Dr. Jordan was the son of a former slave, Reverend Giles Jordan. He was an ordained minister of the African Methodist Episcopal Church in Colbert, Georgia. 1 year after the Civil War, he graduated and earned his BS and LLB law degree from Allen University in Columbia, South Carolina. This is in 1892. He passed the bar in that same year. In 1904, he passed the Georgia bar. His educational career spanned over 6 decades. He began teaching at the age of 17 in the public school system in Randolph County, Georgia. From that point, he went on to serve as president of 2 of the nation's oldest HBCUs, Edwards Waters College in Jacksonville, Florida, from 1895 to 1897, and Kittrell College in Kittrell, North Carolina, 1909 to 1912. Kittrell College, by the way, closed in 1975. He served in a number of leadership positions in higher education, including vice president of Morris Brown College, 1897-1905. In 1912, he was recruited to serve as the director of the National Teachers Training School in North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, where he was responsible for establishing workshops and conducting training sessions for African Americans throughout the United States. In 1914, Doc Jordan began his service as a professor of English and government in North Carolina Central University. With Dr. James E. Shepard, founder and president of the institution, Professors W.G. Pearson, C.G. O'Kelly, he established the Colored Summer School in 1914. In 1918, he established the Department of History and was listed as the only history professor in the college until 1939. At his retirement in 1941, he was the chairman for the Department of History. Both Jordan and his wife supported W.B. Du Bois' ideology of the talented 10th. They sought to uplift black communities through education. Doc Jordan and his wife, Carrie Thomas Jordan, were advocates for the study of black history. They met with Dr. Carter G. Woodson, founder of the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, in 1925. Doc Jordan's influential, provocative essays and articles were published in newspapers and journals as the AME Church Review, The Voice of the Negro, the Atlanta Constitution, the Atlanta Journal, the Freedmen of Indianapolis, and the Baltimore African American. His essays covered a variety of topics centered around literature and improving the education system in public schools. In my opinion, his most provocative editorial was printed on July 14, 1917. He wrote an editorial to President Woodrow Wilson about the treatment of blacks in 1917 East St. Louis race riots and what was called one of the worst race massacres in U.S. history. 3,000 whites attacked blacks. The NAACP reported that the rioters killed over 100 blacks and burned 6,000 homes. In the letter that was published in many black newspapers, Doc wrote a scathing piece that accused President Wilson of ignoring the plight of blacks, showing more disregard of the feelings of blacks and Negroes since James Buchanan. He said, "You have uttered many fine sentiments about the rights of humanity and the glories of democracy, but by your acts, you have told your fellow countrymen that you have no regard for Negroes as human." Doc Jordan clearly blamed Wilson for the riots and concluded that white Americans had taken their cue from Wilson about how African Americans should be treated. That was pretty serious, to write an editorial about a United States president. I'm assuming you could have only done that in Durham, North Carolina, if you were black. Next, I'm going to talk about Dr. Helen G. Edmonds. As we all know, Dr. Edmonds was a historian, scholar, civic leader, and she was the first African-American woman to earn a doctorate at Ohio State University. She was born in Lawrenceville, Virginia in 1911. And so for all the alphas in the house, that was a good year. She attended St. Paul's High School and Junior College in Lawrenceville, and then went on to Morgan State College in Baltimore, where she graduated with a BA in 1933. She then received an MA in history from Ohio State University and, of course, her PhD from Ohio State University in 1946. Her dissertation, The Negro and Fusion Politics in North Carolina, 1894 to 1901, was published as her first book. Dr. Edmonds' academic writings focused on African American history and politics. She was particularly interested in the history of North Carolina and the role African Americans played in the political process. And in addition to her book on fusion politics, she also wrote about the Wilmington coup in 1898, civil rights movement, and education in North Carolina. During her professional degree, Dr. Edmonds joined the faculty of North Carolina Central University in 1946 And what year did Dr. Franklin leave? 47. And then he went to Howard University. Y'all didn't know y'all were going to take a test today. She was promoted to full professor in 1959 and served as the first woman to chair the Department of History in 1963 for 1 year. Then she became the dean of the graduate school from 1964 to 1973. She was the first African-American woman to to become a dean of a graduate school in the United States. She was very well respected, and she mentored many people. She was also affiliated with the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. Dr. Edmonds, beyond her scholarship, left another legacy. That legacy was her idea to create more African Americans to write the history of African Americans. She came up with that idea in the 1950s. Since then, the Department of History at North Carolina Central University has nearly 100 of our alum who have obtained the PhD. Since 2013, 33 of our alum have earned the PhD. And we currently have approximately 16 students enrolled in PhD programs. I know I'm over my time, but I will be remiss if I did not say the names of Dr. Vernie Mers Tate and Dr. Lorraine Anderson Williams at Howard University. You see, like Dr. Edmonds, those women had the same concept. The legacy at Howard University still lives on, but we have to get those names down on some paper in the way that we have begun doing at NCCU. Because the work that they did, the legacy beyond the scholarship, in a time where women were few and far in between as historians. In Jim Crow, they did something that had never been done because they believed that if it does not exist, you must create it. Thank you.
Well, that was really important because, you know, we know so little now of some of these names, and they were giants in their day. They were names that people knew, and one of those names was Earl Thorpe. So Lydia Lindsay is going to talk to us about a professor at North Carolina Central University who was a very noted historian. And I wondered how many of us remember his name. Lydia.
Good morning. I want to thank you all for coming out, and I want to also thank Evelyn for her questions that have helped to guide this discussion. And the question that struck me when I first read her list was the question about Jim Crow historians, about historians who worked at black schools throughout the Jim Crow era. And of course, one of the first people who came to mind to me was Early E. Thorpe. Early E. Thorpe was a colleague, a friend, and a mentor. He was also a student of John Hope Franklin. John Hope Franklin said that he couldn't teach Early E. Thorpe a whole lot because his mind was so sharp, and it was. Another colleague of ours used to always say, David W. Bishop, he said Early E. Thorpe was the brightest man on campus, and Bishop was no slouch himself. So when we look at Early E. Thorpe, and in some ways he's hidden from black historiography. In some ways he's hidden as a Black historian, and he pioneered several areas in African American history. In some ways, he was the man when it came to asking the questions why about African American history. He understood there was a story, but he also had questions about why that story was important and why it was significant. We know that he pioneered intellectual history for African Americans. He pioneered psychohistory of the South. He looked into religion, slave religion, and he critiqued the philosophy of African American history, and he was concerned about the role of Black historians. His dissertation was on Black historians. When you read the list of African American historians who finished the Ohio State University, we see where Early Thorpe is he is the third graduate. And in that, he writes about the Black historians and historiography, that he sees where there are central themes of Black history, and I often think of this in conjunction with the work of Benjamin Quarles when he writes about Black history, diversified clientele. But Thorpe's themes were what and why of African American history. What is the philosophy of Black history? He saw the Negro as a central theme of Southern history. He was also addressing whites teaching Black history, and he set W.E.B. Du Bois apart from all. That Early Thorpe believed that each generation, depending on its problems and needs, must select and arrange specific facts which form the best systems for its own inspiration and guidance. Thorpe suggested that history is a guide with roads pointing in many directions, and that each generation and epoch must make its own studies out of history. He saw that African American history, Black history, was ever unfolding. And towards this endeavor, in 1968, he moved towards establishing a Black Studies program within the history department. He established 20 semester hours in African and African American history. Thorpe had become the chair of the history department in 1962. And from that point on, we can say in certain ways, he was the history department. That he, in essence, guided anyone who finished their dissertation within his tenure or et cetera. Thorpe more than likely advised that dissertation, or that thesis. He also advised most of the undergraduate students as well. So yes, Thorpe was the history department. But one of his most lasting legacies, in which I see when I read today, many of another generation, they're tackling intellectual history, African American intellectual history. Thorpe did this in terms of his work, The Mind of the Negro. And in this work, in terms of intellectual history, in terms of African Americans, he identified two major themes. One, that the intellectual history is a question, Black intellectual history, radical or not, but it's always radical in some respects. It's a quest for freedom. Secondly, Black intellectual history also is driven to defeat the mindset that black people are inferior to white people, that it becomes an ongoing theme. However, Thorpe, a product of his time in that regard, also leaves out women. His studies are male-centered, and he very much depended upon the written word for all of his interpretation. Nonetheless, his work is a pioneering study. Many of his works, and I would say that he published 9 books and these extensive pamphlets, but many of his works were self-published. And they were self-published because he could not find a publisher. Today, many of his works have been republished and reissued. His works have been acknowledged by Duke and Harvard because they hired him to be a visiting professor throughout the 1970s. Harvard would fly him up, and he would give his lectures as such. Duke, he would drive over, run back to Central, make his classes. So he worked in the 70s on both sides of the veil. But I would say that in terms of the history department and the legacy, and one of the outstanding eagles of the history department is Early E. Thorpe. And the legacy that he leaves us is always to ask why we are pursuing whatever research that we are pursuing. That is the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. You know, so many of these early 20th century and, mid to 20th century historians are writing in defense of our past. And one of the reasons they have to write in a very explicit way in defense of Black history and the contributions of African Americans is because there's so much that's written that says the opposite. And one of the early writers that puts this in a book on Reconstruction is W.E.B. Du Bois, in this very famous The Propaganda of History. Sandy Darity will talk about Reconstruction.
Good morning. In 1979, Dr. John Hope Franklin gave a presidential address to the American Historical Association. This address was a tour de force analyzing the historiography of Reconstruction during the Jim Crow era. The disciples of the traitorous Confederacy and proponents of the lost cause had fabricated the American narrative about slavery, the Civil War, and Reconstruction. Black scholars had been in deep resistance to this false narrative. Dr. Franklin wrote his own book on Reconstruction that was published in 1961, but in his presidential address, he examines how Black scholarship had confronted the false narratives of Reconstruction. He begins with highlighting an article that was published by W.E.B. Du Bois himself in the American Historical Review in 1910 called, pregnantly, Reconstruction and Its Benefits. He then makes mention of a study by John Lynch called The Facts of Reconstruction, as well as articles that had been prepared and studies that had been prepared by Alrutheus Taylor on South Carolina, Virginia, and Tennessee. But it was Du Bois's 1935 publication, Black Reconstruction, that Dr. Franklin described as the most extensive and indeed the most angry expression of dissent from the well-established view of Reconstruction. This particular dissent is critical for our understanding of the thinking that we now have about the Reconstruction era, and the fact that there is an extensive body of scholarship that has been conducted by white historians in the aftermath of the 1960s that's largely consistent with the vision of Reconstruction that W.E.B. Du Bois presented. Now, the primary object of Du Bois's ire in Black Reconstruction was what he referred to as the Dunning School at Columbia, the school of thought that set the academic parameters for distorting the history of Reconstruction, characterizing it as a paroxysm of Negro corruption and ineptitude. But it was not solely academic historians who promoted the false vision of the Reconstruction period. Dr. Franklin pointed to the journalist from Maine, James S. Pike, who he pointed out provided an account of misrule in South Carolina, appropriately called the prostate state, that painted a lurid picture of the conduct of Negro legislators and the general lack of decorum in the management of public affairs. Dr. Franklin said, by picking and choosing from his notes about those events and incidents that supported his argument, Pike sought to place responsibility for the failure of Reconstruction on the Grant administration and on the freedmen whom he despised with equal passion. Of course, it was actually a horrific terror campaign conducted by the traitorous Confederates that bears central responsibility for the failure of Reconstruction. Now, Dr. Franklin also mentioned the novelist Thomas W. Dixon, whose novels romanticized the origins and mission of the Ku Klux Klan and contributed mightily to the representation of Reconstruction that was dramatized in Birth of a Nation, the film Birth of a Nation in 1915. Dixon, born in Shelby, North Carolina, ferociously opposed Reconstruction-era reforms. The first novel in his trilogy, The Klansman, was dedicated to the memory of a Scotch-Irish leader of the South, my uncle, Colonel Leroy McAfee, Grand Titan of the Invisible Empire Ku Klux Klan. In addition, Dixon was a very close friend of Woodrow Wilson. They shared graduate school dormitory rooms at Johns Hopkins University. And as President of the United States, Wilson held a screening of Birth of a Nation at the White House, reportedly describing it as history written as lightning. The film celebrates the courage and goodness of the slave-holding Cameron family of Piedmont, South Carolina. It's noteworthy that the name Cameron, which is associated with Cameron Avenue in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, the Camerons and the Benahans were the largest plantation and slave owners in North Carolina, at one point owning upwards of 1,000 people. The film also demonizes Thaddeus Stevens, the most heroic and stalwart figure in the radical Republicans' efforts to make freedmen full citizens. The character Austin Stoneman in the film, signaled to be Stevens by his club foot and by the portrayal of his mulatto housekeeper, the character Austin Stoneman and his daughter Elsie ultimately are rescued from armed blacks by the Klan. And this is despite the fact that Stevens never actually went to North or South Carolina, nor had any children. Another virulent aspect of Birth of a Nation is the portrayal of Reconstruction-era South Carolina's legislature. Black legislators are portrayed with bare feet on their tables, eating fried chicken, drinking whiskey, and primarily being concerned with passing laws to permit mixed-race marriage. There's sheer chaos on the floor of the legislature, much to the chagrin of the individuals who are described as the helpless white minority. Du Bois's remarkable accomplishment was to reverse this lost cause characterization of Reconstruction and to reverse who we identify as the heroes and villains of the post-war Civil War period, especially in the context of what happened in South Carolina. In Chapter 10 of Black Reconstruction, the chapter called The Black Proletariat in South Carolina, Du Bois demonstrates that it was the black-dominated legislature in South Carolina during the Reconstruction era that introduced public universal education, that provided the first significant funding for state-level infrastructure, that provided for arrangements where a married woman's property could not be sold for her husband's debts, established divorce laws, and desegregated higher education in the state to such an extent that by 1876, the University of South Carolina had become a predominantly black school. In fact, some people would argue that it was the first HBCU in the South. This was temporary, of course, because when Wade Hampton and the Redeemers restored control over the state to the white, what was then a numerical minority in the state of South Carolina, when they restored control to the white minority, they closed the University of South Carolina and only reopened it on the basis of having an all-white student body. The last thing that I would like to mention that the South Carolina legislature enacted, but it was not successfully executed, was a significant land reform program that was inspired by the mission of trying to provide the freedmen with 40-acre land grants in the aftermath of the Civil War. Du Bois's failings, and I would include among his failings his extended flirtation with eugenics, I think all can be excused by the monumental achievement that he produced in the pages of Black Reconstruction. The phrases 7 mystic years, the all too brief period between 1866 and 1873, when Republican majorities swept midterm elections and introduced the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, the 14th and 15th Amendments. Those 7 mystic years is a phrase that Du Bois introduced that resonates to this day. He also introduced the concept of the general strike, when individuals on the plantations who had been enslaved picked up their stuff and joined the Union Army, ultimately producing the successful war effort in the course of the Civil War. And then another phrase that Du Bois introduces that's critical to the way in which we think about the historiography of Reconstruction is the phrase, the propaganda of history, referring to the falsification that had been conducted by the Confederates and their followers. That said, there are a couple of limitations I'm going to mention to Du Bois's project, and those limitations are what I'm going to close with without going into any detail at the moment. The first is that throughout the pages of Black Reconstruction, Du Bois argues that slavery was something that was economically backward and incompatible with industrialization, that in effect, slavery retarded U.S. economic development. I think quite the contrary. Unfortunately, no matter how immoral we view slavery, slavery was a very effective mechanism for producing economic growth. And then the second thing is that Du Bois had, from my perspective, a completely inadequate conception of reparations. And this is somewhat of a paradox. The author of Black Reconstruction, with the full story of the damages and harms that were done to Black Americans to prevent us from acquiring full citizenship, somehow did not ever advocate reparations for the Black American descendants of U.S. slavery.
Well, thank you for that very provocative ending. You know, when we think about, one of the things I do with my students is I have a question for them that goes like this. If you were in college in 1920, what would you be reading? If you were in college in 1960, what would you be reading? If you were in college in 2000, what would you be reading about slavery? Or what would you be reading about Reconstruction? Or what you would be reading about Jim Crow? And when I first met Andre Van, he was a young man. You know, Andre, I met you probably about 30 years ago. Really about 30 years ago. My husband was still living. We were in Chapel Hill. We were at the National Humanities Center. How did it feel, though? You're of a generation that learns about Jim Crow after it's all over. Talk to us about that.
First of all, so glad to see all of you. Secondly, let me first borrow 1 minute off my time. Just take this time, first of all, to thank Dr. Higginbotham and, of course, her late husband, Judge A. Leon Higginbotham, who helped to enlighten and brighten up my world, for those unaware. She's too quiet and too generous and too quiet about her work. Besides the great education that I received here at this institution, it was supplemented, let me just say, by Judge Higginbotham, Dr. Higginbotham and Judge Higginbotham, who for each summer allowed me and created great opportunities for me, not only at the John F. Kennedy School of Government, when they had just moved up, but also later asked me that summer, well, what are you doing next summer while I'm in grad school? I said, well, you know, I might be teaching here, it might be there. They said, well, oh, no, you're coming back up. And so I interned at the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library in Boston, and that's thanks to them, and received the privilege of living in their home and to hear their wise counsel. So I always have to thank you both for that great work, and I thank you for that. Thank you. But let me also take this opportunity, first of all, thank my colleagues who are here. Thank you all first for going before me. That reserves a little bit more time for me, so I want to thank you. But also for making space for this conversation, for it has allowed me really to kind of look back into, as I call, my memory garden. You know, we all have our memory gardens, right? But also back into my personal archives. Going back almost 32 years ago. I would note that I couldn't begin this conversation without talking about those who have passed on, who played a significant role in some of the first courses I took here at North Carolina Central University on the study of Jim Crow in the South between NCCU and Duke University. I couldn't talk about this conversation without mentioning who's just like a cousin to me, Dr. Ray Gavins, for those who know and remember. We call him Brother Ray. Also, I think about Dr. Leslie Brown, who along with Annie Vault from Duke University also taught us. Dr. Leslie Brown, who's passed on, but also our dear mentor and friend, Dr. Beverly Washington Jones, whose presence no doubt is here today. But also I want to thank those who are living, who are here with us. Let me thank also Dr. Freddie Parker, who I saw walking in the door in the back. He's in the back there. Who taught us the importance of research, but also the delivery of such, which I do today for my research students who are here as well. But also Dr. Bob Korstad, and also Dr. Bill Chafe, all who, along with Annie Vault, who taught us those very important, informative questions about the South and looking at Jim Crow through the prism of Jim Crow and its impact upon the African American lives in Durham. That's important. So I want to begin my brief remarks by noting the words of my dear cousin, Dr. Charlotte Hawkins Brown, a woman who founded Palmer Memorial Institute today in North Carolina, who knew about segregation, knew about Jim Crow, and she remarked in one of the exhibits that was held, she said, I sit in a Jim Crow car, but my mind keeps company with the kings and queens I have known. She says, external constraints must not be allowed to segregate mind or soul. And that is a world I grew up in from some people who believe that those external constraints must not be allowed to segregate. But also, I want to say, as a young African-American male, having grown up in the rural part of the South, not far from here, born by a midwife. Let me just tell you, for those who are unaware of what a midwife is, they deliver babies outside of the doctor. Midwife, born in a neighborhood in my family's home in the community founded by my great-grandmother. Segregation, born in 1970, by the way. And let me just tell you something. Segregation is still enforced in the 70s, still enforced in the 80s almost to a great extent. But I also thank my parents who mirrored and showed me through example what segregation, Jim Crow was all about. They made, as I always like to tell folk, the conscious decision to remain in the South. My mother was one of 9. My father was one of 9. Every last one of their siblings left the South and went up north, went to New England, Cambridge, and Boston especially. And so I thank them for really the example of staying behind and helping to nurture a community, because my father not only was my parents both were grocery store owners, but my father also was a labor organizer for the AFL-CIO. And so you might hear a little bit of him and me coming out today, because if you've ever heard anyone out there convincing people to fight for their rights, you'll know where it comes from, right? But as I noted, that's the world I inherited. And so we asked the question, what does it mean to be a problem in America? And what happens when people refuse to see you, even when you're in plain sight? That is a very important question. That is what Jim Crow is all about. And so for those of us who were lucky enough to sit in the classes with many of these great scholars that I had mentioned earlier, I want to tell you just a few minutes, just a few of the things that we talked about. In attending these classes, and again, this was not only the first time between North Carolina Central University and Duke University that joint classes were held together, first time, by the way, but also among the first time in the entire South in which the study of Jim Crow was being held. Outside of that, Dr. Alfredine Harrison, for those who may know her, Jackson State University, was also offering those courses as well, and that was meaningful. It was so new that they had to kind of, I remember Dr. Jones talking about having to craft the catalogs and the course offerings to make sure they could fit and be in alignment with the university policy and procedures, by the way. I also very much the idea, and this is something our professors have always taught, and this is something Dr. Johnson and others and Jim and all have made sure, that the importance of being committed to the communities in which we are researching. Let me repeat that. The importance of being committed to the communities in which we are researching. And that, for me, gave me a very great rootedness in the city of Durham, and I have not missed one moment of loving that great relationship that exists there, and the Haiti community in particular. But now let me quickly move on. I remember in 1991, of which Dr. Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham and others were here. You may remember the NEH had a great conference hosted here on this campus, right? And at the center of that was a great conversation, for those who may remember. 1991, March of 1991, between Dr. Franklin and Dr. Leon Litwack, where they discussed and talked about race right here on our campus and then the B.N. Duke Auditorium. And that was helpful for us, those of us who were young fledgling students, to get a chance to hear the voices of those who were at action and at work in the historical profession and in the trades as well. And we're thankful for that. We also are reminded as well that when one thinks about the question, for instance, when they taught us about interviewing, that we had to learn, very important, that sometimes when you think you're interviewing someone, keep in mind they're interviewing you as well, right? And don't you ever forget that, right? Also, I want to remember also the words of Dr. Jacqueline Dowell Hall, when she talked about what she called the long civil rights movement, right? For those who had kind of narrowly defined this period initially. But I thank her for noting that there were actions that were taking place among African Americans around segregation and desegregation as early as the 1930s, and for us as late as the 1990s here in Durham, and in particular here at North Carolina Central University and our students here. So that's important. But also we're reminded that we should also pay very close attention to what we call the day-to-day actions and resistance that were taken by those. And I point out in particular, not just here in Durham, but also in particular, as an example, in eastern North Carolina, where many assumed, for instance, that the civil rights struggle and movement had never reached the eastern part of North Carolina. Well, I was there to speak a few years ago, and I was by several spots and places in which, for those who may know, Chancellor Julius Chambers, who I graduated first class, by the way, 30 years ago, and I know I don't look it, so, but I just want you to know, Julius Chambers almost lost his life in eastern North Carolina by going down to represent of those who were fighting for their rights and freedoms, right? a bomb under his car, had he been in the car. Luckily, he was inside where they were having these meetings. And so I remember the story, and I told him I would never forget. Well, he went over to the window, he looked out and saw the bombed-out car, and he said, well, let's get back to work. And that was Julius Chambers, for those who are unaware. And so I paid tribute to him October 22nd of this year. A few days ago, 30 years ago, he became the first alumnus and chancellor of North Carolina Central University. So I didn't want you to forget that. And then I'm closing up. I got about 2 minutes, and I'm going to sit on down. But these are just a few quick ideas, just to keep in mind. One is that the idea of untold stories that were uncovered through these interviews and the sharing of these stories really helped us to have a better understanding of not just Durham, but not just of the South, but also of each other. Because these classes were interracial, by the way, even then, right? Also understanding that through learning many techniques, one gains better insights, and that's important. But also important thing was about also unlearning, let me hear that, let me say it again, the idea of unlearning much of what we had already, or thought we had already learned about this period, looking at segregation in Jim Crow especially. And that was important, right, to understand how really deeply rooted segregation was, how deeply rooted Jim Crow was in the everyday lives of African Americans, and what were the consequences and what were the lessons learned, and how did the African Americans shape their responses to these conditions. And through these classes, we learned to make a little bit more room for more stories, more room for more interpretations, and for more narratives important. And so lastly, I will tell you, we took these ideas on the road. I went back and checked, and I pulled yesterday in October of 1993, right after Julius Chambers was installed, we got in the car and went to Baltimore, Maryland, and we presented later a session entitled Lessons Learned, Documenting Jim Crow in the South, a North Carolina Central University experience led by my professor, Dr. Beverly Washington Jones. So not only did we learn practice, but we also learned how to present it to others, and that was important and key. 1994, we also presented with Dr. Sylvia Jacobs, who chaired the panel. We talked about many and numerous incidents in Durham, and I presented at the 79th meeting in 1994 as well about grassroots organizing of African-American women here in Durham, which was a topic that most folk were not interested in. And so I wrote about the Daughters of Dorcas, which is an old organization, over 115 years old, still alive today, still going strong, as a reminder of that. And so lastly, 2 points. If I could go back in hindsight, I would remind us first that in all the ideas of history and Jim Crow that we looked at, these are the things that if we could go back then and find out today, I'd be a whole lot better. One was that I don't think we had fully comprehended at the very least and level the role that racial terror and violence and lynchings played in these what we call hush societies and meetings in which people would talk about this. That still deserves a little bit more attention. But also the question of inequality that was passed down from one generation to the next, and the implication of that in what we call, or what some call the New South, and what has remained. And lastly, I don't think we fully appreciate the fact that these stories really evoked painful memories for those who told those stories, right? And if I could go back and we would address them, we would make sure that the proper care was given to these stories. But all in all, the question of race and Jim Crow, I would not have traded that place for anything, because I was surrounded by great professors who, as I shall close, who nurtured us into understanding the importance of knowing what segregation was, knowing what Jim Crow was all about, but also understanding the experiences of others and learning through them. And so we are the richer and we're the better for that. And I just want to thank you all for the opportunity just to share these brief remarks. And thank you, Dr. Higginbotham, for your generous time. I know you want to take a seat, but I had to get that out.
Now, how are we doing for time? Do we have time for conversation, or should we go straight to the audience? Where's our timekeeper? I'm sorry? A little bit of a conversation? Okay. So one of the things I was thinking about especially with you, Andre. I rode over here with Bill Chafe, and Bill Chafe has just been wonderful over the years about getting these oral histories. And just to tell a story from Remembering Jim Crow, the edit of the different stories, I taught a course last semester called African American Lives in the Law. And I had a student, Bill, who came to me and said, my grandmother is in Remembering Jim Crow, and it's about losing her land. And she actually, this is the student today, actually went and did the research. I forget the name of the county in North Carolina, but it is the place where the Lejeune Marine Base has been built. And they had to lose that land because of the base. And so she followed that. It was just brilliant. And it just made me think of how important for scholarship. There's so much we take for granted, and it has a real history to it. So I'd like to just ask you, when you think about yourselves, what do you think is the lasting legacy of Black scholars? What do you think it is, if you had to say about what you teach or what you emphasize? What is that you would want to that to be? Why don't we start with you, Jim, and just go up? Mm-hmm.
So for me, I kind of alluded to it at the end of my presentation. It's the legacy. I said beyond the scholarship, but it's really the continuation thereof. One of the things that I think we don't pay enough attention to, and I didn't say it in my remarks, is I talked about Dr. Merce Tate and Dr. Lorraine Williams and Dr. Helen G. Edmonds. But almost every historian in this room is in one of those lines, meaning they taught them, mentored them, or the students taught us, mentored us, and we are continuing it for generations to come. We have to always remain cognizant of what our role is coming from these legacies. I think that it's exceptionally important for us to keep students in pipelines, because just like Dr. Darity said, the lost cause effect is in play right now. And if we don't have scholars in play to write our histories, then we're going to have a problem. And we don't need any more problems. Those are my comments.
Well, I want to say, it reminds me of a recent book that Robin Kelly has edited, that, in picking up on what Jim has said, that Black history is contraband. And we don't want Black history to become contraband. That we need it to be, it has to be something that's active, has to be something that's actually carving out the path for the future. Because that's what history does. It is a tool to be applied. Now, in terms of the historians that we have mentioned today, that they have, I would say, I don't know about prepared all of us, but I would say that they have prepared me in terms of those Black historians who were behind the veil. And I was taught by all Black historians that were behind the veil until I worked on my PhD, because I attended Howard University, and at that time, they were behind the veil, as such. So therefore, I'm left with a charge, as Jim was saying, a charge to keep moving that forward for Black students and white students alike, because they are all a part of not allowing Black history to become contraband.
Just to piggyback slightly on the last remark.
Is yours on?
Am I on? Yeah. Just to piggyback slightly on that last remark, we might want to engage in some study of the journals that were the sites where black scholars had the opportunity to undercut the standard stories. I'm thinking in particular of two journals at Howard, Journal of Negro History and the Journal of Negro Education, and then at Atlanta University, Phylon. And I'm not sure that there's been an adequate study of the role and significance of those journals. And also the whole question of what were the circumstances in which black scholars were enabled or were able to put their work in white-controlled academic outlets. I mean, Du Bois's paper that I mentioned in 1910 was in the American Historical Review. How did that actually happen? And I think those are very, very interesting questions to explore. But the last thing I think I'd like to emphasize is that there is a question of mission. And the mission persists, and I think we have to do two things. So there's more work. You know, to be black, you have to be twice as good, right? So there are two missions. One mission is to address the false narratives or myths that continue to be perpetrated about black Americans. But the second mission is to provide a counter-theoretical structure that people can use to actually think about the world in a very different way. And that's a mission that I've been trying to personally pursue with the development of a subfield in economics that I call stratification economics. But I think that we have an obligation to do that throughout the various disciplines, particularly in the social sciences and humanities. And I think to some degree the introduction and development of critical race theory represents that type of positive action in terms of providing a theoretical alternative that leads to very, very different conclusions.
Well, I think just a little different. I'm just thinking just a little differently. First of all, let me recognize I have a few of my students who I didn't make them come, but they're here. So put your hand up so we can see you, all right? These are the superstars, our next generation. And so, same as our professors years ago invested in us, we feel the same obligation to make sure that we do the same. And they do that through scholarly opportunities like this. Get a chance to mix and mingle. As I told them, I said, don't be sitting down like you're being held hostage. Get up and talk to somebody. Get to know folks. That's how we do here in the South. But the most important thing I really thank my professors here for is that they taught us to challenge the narratives that currently exist. And you do that by creating new narratives that exist. And that's one of the most important things. But also the idea of creating new ground, taking a look at topics and sources that no one else has looked at. Dr. Helen G. Edmonds, for those who are unaware, was like an aunt to me. How lucky was I? Not only know Dr. John Hope Franklin, but Dr. Helen G. Edmonds and the whole bunch. And I remember these great words that she said. She said, there is no worse tale told than one that's already been told. So go out and break new ground. And so that would be my greatest encouragement to the students. Break new ground.
Thank you. You know, as I listen, and I went to the conference of the Association of Black Women Historians, and I said this there. So I'm thinking, in response to this symposium, but even earlier, we need to do more biography. You know, there's so much, there's so many people who have done great things, and we need more biographical studies of these people. I know Merce Tate, who you mentioned, is being, I don't think the biography's out yet, but Barbara Savage is writing a biography of her. But it is important. Several of us are doing things on John Hope Franklin, and it's important that as much as we can to lift up some of these great names maybe unknown, and yet they did important things. And I just want to add this one more thing to it. One of the reasons I asked that question is because I think what we need to do as a professor with history is to be activist historians. And by that I mean introduce our students to places in history. Take our students to parks. Take our students to places where history was being made. We also need to, I have a student right now, at Harvard, I invented something called social engagement, where we take our intellectual work and combine it with some kind of active work. And I have a student I'm working with right now who is writing about the anti-slavery movement. He's writing about abolition. But he's writing about the music of abolition. Now, not only is he writing about the music of abolition, and it's an intellectual project because the people during the abolitionist time, William Wells Brown, others, they wrote about how important music was. And we know from the civil rights movement how important music was with the SNCC people, Bernice Reagan and the Freedom Singers. But he's doing more than that. So he does the intellectual work, but my student is also creating a musical. And the musical about abolition is to teach young kids about, he's going to go to, once they get it together, he's going to go to schools, junior high, high schools, and teach that story. I think it was inspired by Hamilton, but it's just a really great idea. And I think there are other things like that as teachers, because we all are teachers, that we can do in a very active way. And just to say one last thing about John Hope Franklin, John Hope Franklin used his knowledge in a very active way in litigation. So he was working with the NAACP with a case in Lyman Johnson versus the University of Kentucky. And you know, sometimes when I give that talk and I talk about this, there is invariably somebody in the audience who says, oh my gosh, I knew Lyman Johnson, or, you know, it always moves me. When I was here after John Hope Franklin died, and we had a special program, and I gave that story about Lyman Johnson, we had a reception afterward. John, I don't know if you remember this. A woman came up to me afterwards. Now, Lyman Johnson was trying to get into the University of Kentucky. He was a veteran. He was trying to get a degree in education, and he couldn't get in. And so the NAACP asked John Hope to put together, a brief that talked about why the schools, the black school and the white school there was such a disparity. And the judge read everything. They didn't even have to really go to court. The judge read everything and ruled in favor of Lyman Johnson. But it was that kind of background knowledge that he had. It was just 2 years after he finished writing From Slavery to Freedom. And here's the punchline. So I'm telling this story and talking about how knowledge can be actively used, and they have the reception. And this young woman walks up to me and she says, I have to say this without tearing up, I am the Lyman Johnson Fellow. I'm here at Duke. She was actually, just imagine, the culmination, decades and decades later, that school now has a fellowship named after the very man who fought for the right to get in. And John Hope Franklin was a part of that fight. It just makes me just proud to be a historian. So now, where are we from time? Maybe we should join our audience now. Do we have audience questions? Because, a lot of times you ask a simple question and then we go on and on with our answer.
Yes, we do have audience questions. So we have questions in person and questions online. And so the panel is aware we currently have 134 people watching online.
Do we have, if there's writing, if someone could read it out loud, the question
Absolutely.
from somebody.
So our first
We'd
question.
love to engage the people online, yes.
Our first question is from an in-person question. What is the impact then and now of African Americans remaining in the South in the midst of the Great Migration?
I'm going to let one of you. You didn't understand it? Could you repeat it again?
What is the impact then and now of African Americans remaining in the South in the midst of the Great Migration?
So what was the impact of blacks leaving the South during the Great Migration?
Remaining in the South. Remaining in the South.
Why would anyone remain in the South? I think this is a rhetorical question. So, rhetorically answer. Why would you remain in the South during the Jim Crow era?
I'll start.
So essentially,
Okay, you started off.
Go
I'll try
ahead,
to
go
start
ahead,
it off. Right. So I think, as I raised earlier, the idea of the conscious decision to stay versus those that chose to migrate away and move away. I come from a family starting as early as like the 1880s, migrated from our little hometown of Henderson, North Carolina, and settled in, for instance, Cambridge, Mass. And then the question was about those that remain. And so often for us, as historian of our family, we always found that one of the most important things was always family. There were some elderly relatives, aunts and uncles that couldn't migrate and didn't have the choice to move away. And so many of our relatives, my parents included, whose parents remained in the South while others had migrated away, that was a decision. So family, and so is what they look at Jim Crow, they call it push and pull factors, right? What pushed people out and what really allowed people, gave people the ability to stay. And so for some, ownership. And so we were lucky. I think I mentioned I have a deed to property my parents left me dating back to 1883. They had come from 1883. Did y'all hear that? I don't think y'all heard that. 1883. That we still own. That came from our grandmother, who was a midwife, who delivered all, as they said, all the black babies and white babies in our little town up until her death in 1901. And so as a result of that, the question of land for our people was important. And not enough people bothered to go through the Register of Deeds office and in our little hometown of Henderson. We've digitized our Register of Deeds there. And this is only the second African-American woman to be registered, African-American to be registered of deeds there. They digitize all those records, so you can digitally kind of go online and find your place, find out what your family owns. So for me, those two key points in terms of what caused my people to want to stay, family and looking after those that were here, but also for us, it was that rootedness and that land and that importance of that, and we have not given that up. Even when people try to buy us out, we've not given up.
And I would agree with that, because even those who migrated, in terms of after World War I and World War II, were generally the people who did not have land, or the younger children. The parents or grandparents generally stayed on the land. But those who had fought in the war, who had moved about, those were the ones who actually were pulled away. But the older generation generally stayed, and the younger children of those unions. But the young men and women who had moved about during the war years were pulled away. So land was a great factor, and the children would not inherit the land till after the parents had passed, right? So they were essentially landless at that point.
I mean, now we have a reversal, though, because people are moving back to the South. Since 1980? Mm-hmm.
Since 1980, it's shown through a wonderful chart that Dr. Alwyn Smallwood, at the time at North Carolina A&T, I always have to thank him, because he did the reverse of that. When did African Americans start returning back? Many of them started returning back from those places they went to, from New York and from Maryland and Virginia, Philadelphia. And around about 1980, there was this return. And again, just showing through family example of my dad's first cousins, all of them and siblings that had migrated away. There they were, coming back trying to buy some of our land and move back home. And we said, well, if you sold yours, that's on you, but we keep it out. So you go buy somewhere else. But we thank you and glad you're back, right? That's as an example.
Okay. Next
Another question.
All right, I have one question that has been submitted online. Someone has asked, to what extent has scholarship on Black history suffered from not employing techniques like Thorpe's psychohistory?
See, I'm having a hard time. Sure, but Mike, to what extent?
So the question, to what extent has scholarship on Black history suffered from not employing techniques like Thorpe's psychohistory?
Not techniques like, what was the?
How has it suffered from not employing these techniques?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of that, we would say a lack of ingenuity, creativity, that it, in that sense, it has not, in that sense, it has not advanced the discipline in those areas in terms of intellectual history. It's an area that needs to be explored, and the argument would be that much of Thorpe's work that has not been followed up by successive generations has actually not contributed to the enrichment of African American studies. If we would have had successive generations to employ some of his techniques, and perhaps, as Sandy has said, even in a structural manner, that perhaps could answer certain questions today, because he was looking at history in an interdisciplinary way, in terms of social science and psychohistory and philosophy and et cetera. So in essence, we are, it actually caused a lag in some of our understanding of the African American experience.
Does anybody else want to answer that?
I do want to point out one important point that I forgot to mention earlier. There is one organization, as a matter of fact, you all have brought up Dr. Thorpe, so that gives me the chance to talk about it. The American Historical Review, by the way, for those who are unaware, and some of you are in the room maybe writing pieces for it. I know Dr. Early Thorpe is one of those in which the review is going back to readdress the fact that lots of African American scholars were excluded from their publication. And so I want you to know Dr. Early Thorpe is one of those who will be included in the next edition that will be upcoming. And so we supplied the photo, and Dr. Jerry Gershenhorn in here is somewhere. It helped to craft some of the story narrative and it tells us that there are other African American historians and scholars that are out there that also face the same wave of not being readily accepted into mainstream society and the historical profession, and thus had to create their own organization and their own institutions to support their work. And thanks to the SALA, as you would know, and Dr. College Woodson and others, creating that space for that work to be vetted and viewed is an important factor. And so Thorpe, the question of psychohistory, it wasn't initially accepted then, but the idea is that he created an opportunity for conversations, and other scholars picked that up, by the way, and ran with it, and they are seen as the great heroes of psychohistory. But it was Dr. Thorpe who started this question of questioning the very foundations of history. Right.
The concept of psychohistory, I don't hear that term so much, but I do hear people who will write, someone like Darlene Clark Hine earlier on talked about interiority. How do we understand the person's interior feelings? That is a psychological question. And so we explore that. Another thing that I think it was popular in the 90s, people talked about, quote, the politics of emotion. And Elsa Barkley Brown is one of the people who wrote, to some degree, about this. And emotion is something that obviously has something to do with the psyche. And then there are people who are just trying to, well, they use the word affect. A-F-F-E-C-T, affective history. And that is, you see a lot of that with the history of sexuality and gender, but you also see it in Black studies. And that, again, is trying to dig deeper into the interior of a person, you know, the motives, the complexities of relationships in history. So I wouldn't say necessarily that we aren't doing that. I don't think people use the term psychohistory anymore, but they are doing things that do look at the psychological implications of, and especially in the writing of biography, because in the writing of biography, especially if you do it in the traditional, the personal, there are efforts to make connections between how a person is raised with what happens later. So I wouldn't say that we aren't doing that. Other questions?
So I think we'll have one final question. This one actually comes from online, and it's asking Mr. Venn directly, but I think the entire panel can speak to this one. Can you speak on the importance of HBCU archives preserving Black history in the Jim Crow South?
Well, I would say it's probably by far one of the most important things that sort of gets me up in the morning. The idea of understanding that, you know, archives, material culture, and more importantly, talking to people about their experiences in relationship to that paper is as equally important for me. What drives me and what moves me as an archivist at Historical Black College and University is such that we have to do as we were taught many years ago, to sort of work to fill in the lost pages of history, right? Going after those sources that help to sort of tell a story, a collective story of a people. I am known, and thank goodness, in Durham, you know, sometimes when people die and after they call the mortician, they'll call me, and I'm pretty lucky. You know, where you get a chance, and that's through relationships. Let me repeat that. For those, I got some of my students back there who want to go in the archives of history, and I say, well, it is about people. It's not just the papers, but it's about the people. And people have to trust you. They trust you, invite you into their home. Sometimes they'll tell you stuff they won't even tell their priest, and you have to listen to it. But the most important thing also is that Historic Black College and universities working in conjunction sometimes with our partners. We've been able, for instance, I'll make it quick, to work with the North Carolina Digital Heritage Center, for instance. Sometimes to kind of fastly move materials and get them online, make them available. They get federal funds, and we help supply some of those materials then to make them accessible. So it wasn't just a point of collecting them, it's a point of making sure that they're accessible. And then I'll close with this piece, relative to Dr. Franklin. If you want to read some very interesting language and words, go and read Dr. James E. Shepard's papers. I found his paper, and good to see Ike over there. And in there, you should read how Dr. Shepard is really trying to work to woo Dr. Franklin to come over from St. Augustine's College to this university. And it's a wonderful little dance that they're playing back and forth. Now, first of all, Dr. Shepard is helping to save Dr. Franklin from going to war, as he knows it. And so he's providing, you know, in this wonderful, beautiful language, yes, well, we'd love to have you here. And then Dr. Shepard sends him a little note almost across the desk. Hey, we're willing to pay you this much. And again, Dr. Shepard, you know, making sure Dr. Franklin doesn't go off to World War II, by the way. And Dr. Frank said, well, I have a family. And so you have to provide a little bit more. And so Dr. Shepard comes back with the dance. He provides a little bit more of that. And so it's a wonderful dance that you kind of go through. And it's a wonderful to see how Dr. Shepard is wooing this great scholar who he knew about. He knew about this man, PhD from Harvard University, is in the area. And he had been trying to get it. And thank goodness he came here. And thank goodness Dr. Franklin was able to go. And you can read this. You don't have to guess about it. You can go read about it. And these wonderful letters that are made available publicly, open source, don't cost you one dime, as we say. I'll shut up on that.
At this time, we're going to watch a quick video.
Can I just say one thing, though? Are you going to answer that question? Because I have another just archive answer. Were you going to talk about archives?
Oh, no.
No, I just want to have another archive answer because there is a wonderful, and it's not your traditional archive. It's called the History Makers Digital Archive.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
It is a wonderful, wonderful resource of thousands of leaders, including John Hope Franklin, who talk They talk about themselves. Some of these people are no longer living. In fact, a lot of them are no longer living, and this is the only source you have for some of them. In terms of the psychology of this, I think you can understand some of the stories that they tell and the emotional experiences that they had. It's a wonderful, wonderful resource. It was featured on 60 Minutes just this past, I think last February or so. So please look it up, the History Makers Digital Archive. I'll turn it over to you, Jim.
Let me note also one point, speaking of history makers, for those who get a chance, when you come to the reception tonight, you're going to get a chance to meet Senator H.M. Mickerman Shaw, as we will be in his building tonight, by the way. And he was just interviewed by them over the summer. And so his interview will be loaded up, if not already up.
Okay, well, let's give the panel a round of applause. While the panel is exiting, please place your attention on the monitors. We're going to play a quick video. Dr. Franklin.
One cannot be certain what impact his work have on the present or the future. I write with the hope that it will set the record straight and it will be there for all to see. Whether they will respond to it in the way that I would like to see them respond is another matter. I have some optimism that if one works hard, writes hard, seeks to reach as many people as possible, that some will be touched and influenced by what I have to say. But I think it would be folly for me to think that I can change the world with my words, although I try to.
The President of the United States of America awards the Presidential Medal of Freedom to John Hope Franklin.
John Hope Franklin, the son of the South, has always been a moral compass for America, always pointing us in the direction of truth. I look history straight in the eye and call it like it is, John Hope Franklin has said. This has meant telling the untold stories of Northern racism and of slaves successfully striking for better conditions under the sinful confines of slavery.
Scholar, teacher, writer, activist in the cause of civil rights, John Hope Franklin has known life at its humblest and grandest. At small black colleges and great universities, he has inspired thousands of students to seek the truth wherever it leads. Showered with honorary doctorates from leading universities, 105 of them at last count. He's been president of the nation's 3 major professional historical associations. In his 80s, he still conducts his research, tends his beloved orchids, and pursues his lifelong love affair with the rainbow trout. Out of his exploration of the painful past came a strong resolve. John Hope Franklin would not be a black historian. He would be an American historian who happened to be black. He would spend his life examining the myths about race relations that passed as history and would subject them to the demanding, unsentimental standards of scholarship. 3 million copies of Franklin's best-known work, From Slavery to Freedom, A History of African Americans, have been sold since the book appeared in 1947. It displayed American history in a new light, as a story in which both black and white Americans played major and interdependent roles. It examined those roles before, during, and after slavery.
Unions and that sort of thing. This was a gigantic task, made more so by the fact that I'd never had a course in African American history. But I undertook to master the materials from the medieval empires of Africa right down to the present time. Going through 1,000 years of human history, and watching some of the great tragedies of it had a profound effect upon me personally as I sought to be fair and objective and careful and clear in my delineation of this period in history. I did not want my work to be marred by sentimentality, a mushy, weak, tearful description that would take away from it even as one became less objective. I don't think I would want to go through that again. I say to myself, well, you know, I've been that way, I've been there, and I don't care to revisit it, not in any formal sense. And thus I rise above the sentimentality by continuing to look at this problem in a way that makes it possible to put some distance between it and me.
So at this time, we're going to prepare for lunch. I have a few ways I need you to move. So for all of the dignitaries and presenters, if you would allow them to go first, we'll exit out these doors. Ms. Herbin, please raise your hand. Follow Ms. Herbin. And everyone else, please wait. And as you move, they will make sure that you find your seats in the back, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the audience. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Just make sure.
Check. Okay, at this time, everyone else can go get your lunch.
Test, test. Test, test. Testing, testing. Test, test.
They adjusted it on me. I'm ready to go.
Check. Cool. type it in manually. Type it in manually, yeah. Because sometimes it won't take that, and it'll add spaces or something into it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Test. Test. Testing. Mic 5. 6. 8.
Please take your seats. Please take your seats. As we prepare for this next panel, please note that the bios for the panelists are located on the website. From Slavery to Freedom Symposium 2023. Our next panel is entitled New Black Histories, Building on From Slavery to Freedom. Our panelists are Dr. David H. Jackson, moderator. Dr. Jarvis R. Givens, Harvard University. Dr. Maurice J. Hobson, Georgia State University. Dr. Marcus Nevius, University of Missouri. Dr. Erica Armstrong Dunbar, Rutgers University. At this time, I'll turn this over to Provost Jackson.
Thank you, Dr. Harper. Didn't you all enjoy the session this morning? So this afternoon, we are going to follow in a similar vein. We are going to ask all of the panelists to make remarks for about 5 to 7 minutes, reflecting on the theme of our panel, which is entitled New Black Histories, Building on From Slavery to Freedom. And then after those individual statements, we will have a few questions that I will tee up with the panelists on our topic, and then we will open the floor for questions from the audience. And so I'm going to just kind of begin by talking about how this work from slavery to freedom has impressed upon my scholarship, my work and experience, and this is very personalized in terms of my comments this afternoon. I reflected back on my time as an undergraduate student at Florida A&M University, which was when I was introduced to From Slavery to Freedom, a history of Negro Americans. So that tells you something about my age at that time. But it was in a class that was being taught by a man named Dr. Ted Hemingway, who ironically was a history graduate from none other than North Carolina Central University. And Dr. Harper talked about pipelines of historians that feed other historians. And I can recall as an undergraduate student being in Dr. Hemingway's classes, and he would talk about the impact that Early Thorpe had on his career, that Colbert Jones had on his career. And he inspired me in terms of his pedagogy for approaching and teaching history. He added humor to his stories. He added factual information, of course, but he was a very, very engaging professor, and it was the first professor that I had that taught class without notes, actually. And so he was a brilliant scholar and a great representative of the history department at North Carolina Central University. So it was during that time that I was just really learning about historiography. And I did not have a full appreciation of Dr. Franklin's work in juxtaposition to others like Dr. Carter G. Woodson's The Negro in Our History, Dr. Benjamin Quarles's work, The Negro in the Making of America, or Lerone Bennett's Before the Mayflower, which were all books that were being added to my growing book collection at that time. And so as I graduated and enrolled in graduate school and had research papers that I had to complete, I always found myself with From Slavery to Freedom by my side for reference purposes, especially when I was doing African American history, because I wanted to make sure that the arguments that I was making in my work were sound, and that I was able to say with confidence if I was challenged, according to John Hope Franklin's From Slavery to Freedom, thus and so, to silence my critics. Also, when I came across information that I was not familiar with, I would look to see what John Hope Franklin had to say about the subject and then proceed accordingly. As it would turn out, even when I wrote my dissertation, and also when I published my first solely authored book on the life of Charles Banks of Mound Bayou, Mississippi. And I was curious about Dr. Franklin's viewpoint, for example, on all black towns, and if my interpretation aligned with his. And in most instances, of course, as I worked to try and carve out my own niche in the literature, but his work would remain a guide for me as I completed my manuscript. Now, just in terms of my interaction with the book, in terms of work as a professor, when I returned to FAMU as a history professor, or actually before that, let me kind of back up. As a student, we agitated for the teaching of African American history as a required course for all students regardless of major. And that came to fruition. The administration conceded, and that was the case when I returned to the university as an assistant professor. And I would teach an introduction to African American history course for the next 20 plus years. And the main text that I used in that class was From Slavery to Freedom. Even though I used supplemental readings, that was the main text. And so in the AMH 2091 course, Introduction to African American History, and the AFA 3104 course, the African American Experience, which were courses that could average about 125 students. And I taught about 2 of those courses each semester. And so I estimate that based on the numbers of students and the courses that I taught, that I exposed thousands upon thousands of largely African American students to John Hope Franklin's From Slavery to Freedom. Now, out of all of the books that were available, why did I use Dr. Franklin's work? First of all, I thought that my students needed to know and understand who John Hope Franklin was. I also wanted to expose them to the most comprehensive history of African Americans up to that time. I also knew that the narrative in this work was fundamentally sound, and it was also digestible for undergraduate students, many of whom had never been formally introduced to African American history, even though they had attended urban, majority black high schools. I also appreciated that the manuscript was being repeatedly updated, so it remained current for the teaching of African American history. And then last, in terms of new histories, for other upper division courses that I taught, I did use other narratives like The African American Odyssey by Darlene Clark Hine, William C. Hine, and Stanley Harrell. However, what's interesting about that is that I can recall being at a conference for either the Southern Historical Association or the American Historical Association, and Dr. Hine was actually talking about her book. And in speaking at the conference, she shared that when they wrote African American Odyssey, that she too, in fact, had From Slavery to Freedom right by her side as well. And so Dr. Franklin's impact was still being felt. So it's in these ways, ladies and gentlemen, that I was able to build upon From Slavery to Freedom, even as I incorporated other scholarship into my work, classes, and research. Next, we will have Mr. Jarvis Givens from Harper, who will come up and share his thoughts.
All right. Good afternoon.
So I can't see the slides on the screen, but I'm going to look to the tech folks to my left to ensure that we're on slide 1. Thank you. So I'm really excited to be here to talk, was invited to talk a bit about new directions in Black history. And for me, as someone who studies the history of African American education, I'm really excited about a lot of work that's being done in that particular field. Early on, when I read From Slavery to Freedom, one of the things as someone who studies the history of Black education that I appreciated was how rich the kind of tradition of Black education was reflected in that text. There are certain parts in terms of thinking about the 19th century that I found very valuable, the representation of statistical data about the enrollment of Black students, not in the North, but also efforts to create Black education in the South in the post-emancipation era. And so the comments that I have today that I want to share with these brief comments entitled Archival Assembly and New Histories of Black Educational Life is really to talk a bit about the work that I've been trying to do at the intersection of African American history as an education scholar, but also as someone deeply trained in African American studies and the conceptual offerings that African American studies has put forward. So I want to talk a bit about that. There's a peculiar silence in education research, and it has great implications for both theory and practice. The field of education has given little attention to the problem of the archive, which is collections of physical sources systematically preserved and organized for studying the educational past. My sensitivity to silences in the historical record extend from my training in African American studies, an interdisciplinary field that seeks to describe dynamics of Black life and culture with more nuance, clarity, and beauty. And while it's rarely acknowledged, Black studies and education studies are similar in that they are both problem-oriented interdisciplinary fields. And while they maintain a shared commitment to social transformation, Black studies begins from a place of recognizing racial domination as foundational to the social world and a force that must be accounted for in any pursuit of justice and collective flourishing. So, how might a Black studies orientation to the archive invite more expansive visions of African American educational history? And what implications might revisions to the history of African American education have for the broader study of Black life? These are the questions that animate my research. And are these questions displayed on the screen here? There we go. Thank you. All right, so these are the questions that animate my research. And in fact, my very first trip to conduct archival research on Black education presented an unexpected opportunity to reflect on these questions. In July 2013, I encountered the autobiography of Sandy Rufus Youngblood. In this 15-page autobiographical sketch, Youngblood discussed his family's history of enslavement, his coming of age during Reconstruction, and ultimately his journey as a lifelong educator, having taught in South Carolina, Georgia, and Oklahoma as a public school teacher, principal, and later as a college professor at Langston. This intimate story of Black enslavement and educational striving was handwritten in the back of an old estate ledger, a clerical instrument developed to increase the efficiency of record keeping during the slave trade. Youngblood's parents and ancestors would have been taken into account in the ledgers of the plantation and the slave ship, to borrow from Hortense Spillers. And after slavery was abolished, wealthy white landlords and shop owners continued to use the ledger as a tool of anti-Black domination. A record book for marking up debts owed by Black farmers and sharecroppers, many of whom were illiterate and unable to contest such economic exploitation. Sandy Youngblood's decision to write his life over the grid of a ledger challenged past and present Black subjection. His literacy, life, and self-narration all belonged to an educational heritage that critiqued the social order and the use of the ledger as anti-Black technology. I found this ledger in a box labeled oversized items in the Sandy Rufus Youngblood collection at Emory University. This small yet rare collection on Black pedagogy was at the time unprocessed, a fact that reveals distinctive challenges plaguing Black collections from the post-Civil War era. Because even when African Americans produced an extensive written record, the history of racialized exclusion within the academy, Black economic precarity, and other forms of structural neglect have led to the loss and inaccessibility of archives. Such dynamics in the archive exemplify what my colleague Sarah Lewis calls negative assembly, and hopefully the slide on negative assembly is displayed. What she refers to as the excision and exclusion of details, ideas, and historical materials to Black scrutiny or skepticism about the foundations of white racial supremacy and the racial order it secured. So thinking alongside Lewis, I assert that though African Americans in Reconstruction and after had more access to literacy, more opportunities to narrate the self, or to plead their own cause, the loss and erasure of historical materials did not cease. Because one cannot assume archival abundance in the afterlife of slavery. So a key part of my historical method has been the work of what I've come to call archival assembly. The discovery, preservation, and at times rearrangement of historical collections to address erasure and archival silences. And these three commitments of discovery, preservation, and rearranging archival collections have been at the core of my historical research, and particularly a new digital archive project I am leading focused on preserving the intellectual and political legacy of Black teachers through the Jim Crow era. Many of the educators that I studied, from Sandy Rufus Youngblood and Mary McLeod Bethune, to educators like Ida B. Wells, James Weldon Johnson, and Carter G. Woodson, were all very active members in the National Network of Colored Teachers Associations. Having noticed this early on in my research trajectory, I decided that the records of these organizations would be a critical source of my scholarship. However, when trying to trace down these materials to identify Carter G. Woodson's partnership with Black teachers around the country for Negro History Week and to popularize the study of Negro history, I realized that locating these materials proved more challenging than expected. What I found after traveling to more than a dozen states in Washington, D.C. was deeply concerning. Some of the records were cataloged and easy to access, but the majority were unprocessed or existed in bits and pieces scattered across multiple historical repositories and personal collections. Sometimes I was told the materials did not exist after driving from New Orleans to Jackson, Mississippi on a hunch, only for a near complete collection to later be discovered in an old plastic bin tucked away in a closet. Sometimes the journals of Colored Teachers Associations sat on shelves in libraries as ordinary reference material despite their fragility and historical significance. And I think you can see from the image that I believe is displayed on the screen the condition of some of the materials that do exist from these organizations. There we go. All right. This is a photograph that was taken from a very prominent principal in New Orleans named George Long that's documenting Black teachers in the state of Louisiana working in the 1930s to build on literature and scholarship from Black scholars, including Woodson, Benjamin Brawley, and other thinkers during the time period, to infuse their curricula in Black schools with new scholarship coming out by Black scholars. So, realizing the disorderly nature of this archive, I decided that my work as a scholar included the custodial task of securing the long-term preservation of these collections. So, since 2018, I've been building the Black Teacher Archive, which I hope is displayed on the screen here, which entails locating, cataloging, and digitizing the serial journals and publications of colored teachers associations. This digital archive officially launched just a couple of weeks ago in October 2023, and it is an open access online portal that allows for full in-text searching across nearly 50,000 pages of written material by African American educators. Thank you. And so, just to close out the comments that I have a very short clip about the Black Teacher Archive. It's just a little over a minute that I'm going to show, and that'll be the remainder of my comments. Is the audio turned on? Okay. Is the audio turned on in the back? Okay, I'm going to wait till they give me the cue that I can play the video. And if and if not, I can talk more about it during the Q&A, or maybe if we get it figured out, we can possibly show it then, or I can just talk more during the Q&A. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Givens. Thank you. And we will try to make sure that we can present that at the end of our panel. Friends, next we have Dr. Maurice Hobson from Georgia State University, who will present.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, I'd like to thank North Carolina Central University and Duke University for this opportunity to present before you all. I am in high cotton as a country boy from Alabama with Mississippi and Louisiana roots. And what I'm about to talk to you all about very briefly has everything to do with two women in my life, my great-grandmother, Emma Branson Coleman, and my grandmother, Eva Grace Forbes, who, Emma Branson Coleman was born in 1881, and she lived to be a ripe age of 113, and I would have the chance as a child to sit at her feet, and she would tell us stories about what life was like as a child. And my mother's mother, Eva Grace Forbes, who had both of them had a third grade education, but they would take us to the library. And if I had to read something, I was going to read something on African American history. And that's what brought me to John Hope Franklin. History is a weapon. Studied and interpreted wisely, it can help defend, inspire, protect, and unify. If history is ignored, forgotten, or misconstrued, it can be a part of the miseducation of a people that will have them going to the back door without being told to do so. Of all of our studies, history is so very important, not only because it is a vital means to the cognition of and solution to many of the problems that beset us, but because it is at the heart and soul of liberation itself. A major aspect in my development as a scholar, activist in history is steeped in public history. avenues in which history can be of service and listens to the precise needs of Black communities and challenges these communities to broaden their own senses of boundaries and exclusiveness. Perhaps public history and service is more of a spirit that sees historical scholarship as part of a larger scope that includes academic and non-academic entities, as well as various components of the public at large. My interest as a scholar, activist, and servant is guided by my commitment to the preservation and dissemination of Black heritage, history, and culture, in particular, and African diasporic heritages and histories in general. As a servant to history, I strive to construct a context where the public has an opportunity to produce critical knowledges that consequently enable them to become critical citizens. I organize my service so that it provides the public with the opportunity to challenge, explore, and construct relationships between personal experiences, community experiences, and public policy. In this, the world is our classroom, and the classroom is our world. My training as a historian is that I come out of the history department at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, where I studied under an education scholar by the name of Dr. James Douglas Anderson. One of the things that Dr. Anderson encouraged me to do while in graduate school in the history department was to take methodology courses in sociology, economics, and political science. Because one of the things that both he and I understood, he being a country boy from Alabama too, is that oftentimes the stories of our people are not found in archives. And so you must be able to get to the story using other methodologies. What makes that extremely important when you're talking to historians is oftentimes they'll lean into an archive, and if you want to outrun them, you have to throw in some game theory, or you have to understand ethnography, or all of these different kinds of things. But what this does is it gives us weapons to be able to tell the stories. One of the things that I've been able to do in my career, and I'm celebrating 21 years as a college professor. I started at Tuskegee University, and I've been everywhere and places far in between since, is that I realized that if African American history is going to be pushed forward, we have to take it out of the academy and we have to give it back to the people. Now, a lot of academics don't like that, and that's their loss. Because one of the things that we're beginning to see is you can see the terror that is aimed at us. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I wrote a book on Atlanta. It did all kind of different things, and it's offered me opportunities to sit as chief historian for documentaries and do MSNBC and CNN stuff and executive producer for TV shows and all kinds of different things. But one of the things I've learned is that if you can use different media outlets to present African American history, it will whet the palate of the public, and then you can introduce them to the actual history. Now, I want to say this to you all because in Atlanta, Georgia, I just want to give you a little bit of what's going on. We talk about urban renewal and gentrification. Atlanta is the model for that, due to what I call the Olympification of Atlanta in my own research. The police were militarized. Crack cocaine shows up. AIDS epidemic was at nearly the rate of underdeveloped countries. What we also begin to see is the militarization of the police, i.e. what we know of as the Red Dogs, which is the model that was used for the Scorpion Unit that killed Tyree Nichols in Memphis. And most recently, we had a cheating scandal that failed a generation of black children. They are aiming at us in terms of how we teach history in our schools. And so to borrow from my brother, Jarvis Givens, we have to create fugitive pedagogies to be able to outrun the troubles that beset us. That's the future of African American history. And I hope that I can continue the legacy that Dr. John Hope Franklin brought forth so that we can impact the world in different ways. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Hobson. Next, we will have Dr. Marcus Nevius from the University of Missouri.
Good afternoon, family. Oh, that works. I like that. I am home, and I appreciate being home. Let me echo my colleagues' thanks for North Carolina Central University and Duke University, and particularly for the Franklin family for putting this symposium together. Today, I'll offer a brief set of remarks on how New Histories of Marinage, as one thread of Black histories, offers us something on the legacy of Dr. John Hope Franklin's work. But if you'll permit me a moment of personal reflection, I must begin with two memories from my time here as an undergraduate at NCCU. The first memory dates back 2 decades. I met Dr. John Hope Franklin once, briefly during the civic action the local community took up during the presidential cycle of 2004. I contributed in a small way to these efforts as a marshal whose responsibility it was to keep my peers on the sidewalk as we marched from here down to Hillside High School. There, a series of talks was convened. Sitting in one, I noticed an older gentleman in the seat directly in front of mine. As he sat low in his desk chair, his body language suggested a relaxed, perhaps obscure member of the Durham community. At the front of the room, the presenter acknowledged his contributions as a scholar whose work had helped to shape the moment. To paraphrase a rather foggy memory, Dr. Franklin, we are ever indebted to your work. The second is a set of memories. Faculty here regularly shared stories, as we've heard earlier this morning, passed down of the time that Dr. Franklin spent here at this august institution. While teaching here, he had sought access to archives held in county courthouses throughout North Carolina. As a Black man in the mid-20th century's era of segregated public institutions, Dr. Franklin had been forced by clerks and archivists into dark custodians' closets. In such accommodations, he labored to compile evidence for the history of free Black communities. Dr. Franklin's labors resulted in his first monograph, The Free Negro in North Carolina, published in 1943. That book, as I learned as an undergraduate, laid the foundation for the first volume of From Slavery to Freedom, which followed 4 years later. Now I turn to Dr. Franklin's legacy as it sheds light on new histories of Marinage in the Atlantic world. This is a stream of work with deep roots in Black history, particularly as it deepens what we've come to understand about enslaved people's complex histories of seeking freedom. In their seminal synthesis, Runaway Slaves, Rebels on the Plantation, Dr. Franklin and Lawrence Sweninger noted that throughout the 20th century, all but a few intrepid scholars had defined slave flight, what today we call, thanks to my colleagues up here on the stage, self-emancipation, using the language of runaway advertisements that provided empirical evidence of flight. Read with the archival grain, runaway advertisements reflected the language by which enslavers defined freedom seekers as private property in violation of slave laws. In such language, freedom seekers were no more than banditti who threatened the security of slave societies. Self-emancipators' activities were described as lying out, absent for short, fluid periods of time, not exceeding much more than 6 months. In 2 sections of Runaway Slaves, Dr. Franklin and Sweninger noted Marinage under the headers Collective Resistance and Clandestine Slave Economy. Thus, runaway advertisements read with the grain provided evidence of lurkers about the neighborhood. By the time Runaway Slaves was published in 1999, Dr. Franklin had labored to shape Black history for half a century. In its framing of slave flight degrees, Runaway Slaves anticipated a form of present-day framings for Marinage. Working concurrently, a generation of anthropologists had established the core elements of a definition for Marinage. Across the Atlantic world, marooned communities shared key characteristics: geographic isolation relative to slave societies, political and economic autonomy from authorities in slave societies, diverse African and African-descended populations that at times welcomed outsiders and at others repelled outsiders. Generally, marooned communities maintained good relations with indigenous polities. If Runaway Slaves offers a key insight for students in the early stages of new research for Black histories, perhaps it's in the way that such scholarship demonstrates the value of a seminal history like Runaway Slaves for cross-disciplinary study. As my colleagues who have gone before already have mentioned, silences make studying such subjects quite difficult when we're looking at traditional archival sources. But new insights have emerged from disciplines of study, like gender and women's studies, like African and African American studies, which has helped historians perhaps return to these runaway advertisements and read them for things that don't necessarily appear in the language verbatim. Such disciplines, furthermore, have introduced methods for reading in archival silence that help us to understand how to read things perhaps against the archival grain. In such ways, reading runaway advertisements against the archival grain and contextualizing such sources with the broadest possible range of secondary scholarship. This can provide a new way for Black histories to go forward, and already has. These are new frontiers, in other words, to put it briefly. At this point, I must remember the presenter's great responsibility for keeping my remarks brief. I'll be happy to engage with questions as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nevius. And last but not least, we will have Dr. Erica Armstrong Dunbar from Rutgers University to share her thoughts and comments.
So you know this is the toughest time slot because I'm the last panelist after lunch. I should be handing out coffee and cookies. Thank you all. First, let me begin by offering thanks and gratitude to North Carolina Central University, to Duke University, to the Franklin family. I was saying a little bit earlier at lunch that this event, it doesn't feel like a sort of typical symposium or conference, in part because I feel love in the room. There's a great deal of respect, reverence, honor, and we're all here for that reason. We're not here to advance our careers and to give brilliant papers, although we do. But we're here for another reason. We're here to thank John Hope Franklin. And we're also here, I think, to remember and to contextualize the lineage. I'm sort of looking around the room, and I'm thinking about, while I did not have the great pleasure of meeting Dr. Franklin, I have been taught by those who were mentored and taught by him. And so thinking, we're historians, right? So we think about lineage, we think about the genealogy of John Hope Franklin. And of all of the scholars that he's touched across fields, we're in this room and we're here together today to say thank you. And so I'll talk just very briefly and let me give a shout out to the program committee. I'm so happy you didn't ask us to get up here and give 30, 40-minute papers, and I think everybody else in the room is happy about that too, right? I'm not certain that model works in any setting. But I think it allows us to talk a little bit, today we've been given a few minutes, to talk a little bit, to weave the past with the present. And for this panel, to think about how the past informs new histories, and to also talk a little personally. You know, I study the 18th and 19th century, so I don't ever talk about myself or anybody who's alive. And so it's really, today is a little more difficult for me because I have to sort of talk about myself just a little bit in this sort of past and present. In the mid-1990s, I began my sojourn in graduate school at Columbia University. And I went to Columbia in order to study with the esteemed Eric Foner, with expectations of pursuing a PhD that would focus on African American women in the Reconstruction era. Now, I soon realized that not only was I the only student in my cohort focused on women's history, the only one. But I also discovered or admitted to myself after about a year of coursework that my interests didn't sit squarely in the era of Reconstruction, that I leaned back into the 18th and early 19th centuries, that I was fascinated by the mechanisms engaged to find and protect Black freedom. At the moment, in the early to mid 1990s, there were very few monographs that analyzed the journey from slavery to freedom through the perspective of Black women. And texts such as Deborah Gray White, who's been mentioned already today, her canonical Aren't I a Woman, offered some light into Black women's emancipation studies in the 19th century. But I asked myself, why were there so few monographs in print about free Black people in early America? Where are its Black women? And Dr. John Hope Franklin offered a suggestion as to why this was the case. I read through Dr. Franklin's The Free Negro in North Carolina, 1790 to 1860, which was already referenced today, published in 1943. And he wrote the following sentences. The year 1790 has been chosen as a starting point for several reasons. In the first place, the information concerning the free Negro in the earlier period is wholly inadequate for any kind of detailed treatment of the subject. So his words confirmed what I thought, and both fired up, stoked an anger, a sadness, a determination to do the work. And as a colleague and friend, Thavolia Glimpf, stated in the past, my subjects weren't lost to the archive. They were simply waiting to be found. And a generation of scholars would stand on Dr. Franklin's shoulders to overturn the phrase mentioned in his text, published in the middle of the 20th century. Dr. Franklin would cue a host of scholars who during the 1970s and 80s took his work a step further. They created the field of Black women's history. They mentored the next generation of scholars who would work to integrate their lives into the narrative of American history. These weren't, and here's my sort of only problem with the title of today's panel, these were not new histories. They were simply new to the broader academy and to the larger public, but if you talk to Black people, grandmas and great-grandmas, people knew this history. This is about documenting that history. I benefited from that work. The generation of scholars who stood on Dr. Franklin's shoulders and then mentored scholars like myself, it reminded me that I must tell the story of Black women who found freedom in the North in the 18th century. The 10th edition of From Slavery to Freedom, edited by Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham, who I always have to take a moment to say, she is the reason that I am a historian. She is the reason. I took every class she offered at the University of Pennsylvania, begged her to join my dissertation committee. I still call on her. She's tired of writing letters for me. But she models the mentorship that Dr. Franklin offered to many. The 10th edition, yes. The 10th edition of From Slavery to Freedom opens its chapter on the American Revolution with the well-known image of George Washington and his enslaved valet, William Lee. For years, historians have used this relationship to define or portray the first president of the United States in a specific way. Washington purchased William Lee and his younger brother Frank in 1768 for a little over 61 pounds. Lee would become Washington's valet and accompanied him across what would become the United States during the Revolution. When Washington died in December of 1799, he made the decision to emancipate his enslaved men, women, and children only upon or after the death of his spouse, Martha Washington. The only person he granted the opportunity of immediate freedom was William Lee. And this gesture has been used by historians to depict a benevolent Washington. Yeah, that's right, good. And a depiction that I later found or demonstrated to be somewhat inaccurate. I spent nearly a decade tracing or tracking one of the most understudied fugitive enslaved people in America. At the age of 22, Ona Maria Judge stole herself from the Washingtons, forcing the president to show his slave-catching hand. As a fugitive, Judge would test the president's will and reputation. The most important man in the nation, heralded with winning the American Revolution, could not reclaim his enslaved woman. Ona Judge did what no one else could do. She beat the president. And Judge was never caught. By writing the new history of Ona Judge, I attempted to upend long-standing mythology and beliefs, not simply about the nation's first president and his wife and their commitment to enslaved labor, but to tell a story about the Revolutionary era and beyond through the eyes of an enslaved woman. The 10th edition of From Slavery to Freedom includes this new history. A reminder that history is far from static and that From Slavery to Freedom continues to incorporate these new histories. Some of the most powerful work over the past few decades have centered the lives of Black people, but specifically Black women who called America their home in the early period. When we look at the works of scholars such as Jennifer Morgan, Marisa Fuentes, Jessica Johnson, Rashana Johnson, just to name a few, we understand these texts as new histories that complicate and upend the previous understandings of early American history. I'd like to think that if he were here today, Dr. Franklin would take pleasure that a few historians challenged his earlier statement about the ability to engage and write complicated, field-shifting texts about early Black America. Dr. Franklin seeded the ground, and over the course of 75 years plus, his garden has bloomed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. All right, so the fun part starts now. And we have a great panel of scholars here, and I have a few questions that I would like to just tee up with these scholars just to get their insights, and then we will pivot to questions from the audience. John Hope Franklin's From Slavery to Freedom still serves as a fundamental text for a survey of African American history. However, new texts have developed comprehensive studies that also provide nuance to understanding the Black experience in America, such as Dana Ramey Berry and Kaylee Nicole Gross's Black Women's History of the United States, Ibram X. Kendi and Keisha Blaine's 400 Souls, A Community of African Americans, 1619 to 2019, to Nicole Hannah-Jones' 1619 Project, A New Origin Story. My question is, how are these texts and others, in conversation with Franklin's work, new perspectives to understanding the Black experience in U.S. history? Yes, Dr. Dunbar.
Sure, I'll start us off. I think one of the things that is so that connects all of the texts you've just mentioned, thinking about Dinah and Callie, Nicole Hannah-Jones, Ibram, and Keisha Blaine. These were books, or are books, texts, that are not just written for academic audiences, right? These are texts with the expectation that scholars will read them, appreciate them, respect them, but that our aunties will read them too. That there is a sort of democratization of education with these kinds of texts that shares Black history in particular to the larger masses, or with the larger masses. And so when I think about one of the things that is sort of connected to many, not all, but many of the sort of new histories that we see that are published now in the 21st century, I really feel that's a sort of a thread that's connected through many of them, one that allows us to have conversations with each other, but also with everyone else.
Thank you. I'd underscore those points, Dr. Dunbar, and I'd only add that those texts are also intentionally provocative. And Black history has always been intentionally provocative. That is to say, not to create a situation that spawns violence, but to create a situation that pushes forward conversations in academic spaces, as you shared with your remarks of your time at Columbia and at Penn, but also in public spaces where these conversations have much more impact. And I think if we engage with anything about Dr. Franklin's legacy that's perhaps most important, it's that connection with public spaces that ultimately helps to shape better histories. And Black histories have always been at the vanguard of such efforts.
One of the things that comes to mind for me when I was listening to the question is that a lot of the, some of the recent texts that have come out have been quite interdisciplinary, even as their focus has been thinking through important, the kind of, the experience of African American folks or black folks in the Americas. And I actually think that in many ways, some of this recent work is actually a reclamation of some of the early, when I think of the early kind of movement around Negro history, I don't know that the boundaries between, history and other fields were as well settled as we like to think about them today. So in many ways, some of the interdisciplinary approaches to thinking with some of these more recent texts, I almost feel like is a reclamation of some of the important work that Black folks were doing with popularizing the study of Negro history early on. When we think about the way that artists were so central to helping to drive, for instance, Negro History Week, I think about folks like Lois Mailou Jones and other artists that were very helpful in kind of creating this aesthetic to help teachers and community folks reflect on the importance of Black history and connect with it. And one of the texts that I think really represents that in a very important way is Nail Painters Creating Black Americans is a text that I think is a really wonderful work around African American history and African American studies that really uses art as a way of opening up expansive ways of raising questions and thinking through the experiences of Black folks. So that's one of the things that I would say is something that's reflected in the kind of recent scholarship, but I also think is a kind of a reclamation of a much longer tradition that that is a part of the tradition, quite early on in the 20th century when I think about the grassroots work that Woodson and educators and artists and scholars were doing. Thank you.
So, and I don't disagree with anything that anyone has said on the panel. I'm as interdisciplinary as they come. I mean, I'm not even in the history department. I'm in Africana Studies because I'm so interdisciplinary. But I want to throw it back to this, though, and I need you all to hear me on this. So I'm not negating anything. But everything needs history. When you go to the doctor asks you about your medical history. When you go, when you start a business, they look at the books and they say, well, what have been the trends and tensions? Everyone needs history. And one of the things, all of those texts, these new texts, they're great. They present ideas that allow for us to really push this in the public and put it on the ground, and again, give it back to the people. But the beauty of John Hope Franklin's From Slavery to Freedom was that here was a black man from a black community who was writing history about people that he understood on the ground. He understood the king's language, and I'm just using that term just as that term. He understood the king's language, but he also knew the people, and he was able to marry them. And that text is so important. I mean, I use From Slavery to Freedom in every African American history course, and all the other texts are great. And so, my late father used to always say, in order to bend the rules, you first must know the rules. And so the thing about what John Hope Franklin was able to do was he was able to operate in a world that was often hostile to him, use their language, but beat them over the head with that stick that only he could do because he was from black communities. And so I think that it is important for us to be able to really move like the Sankofa bird, to look back but move forward. You have to be able to do both and. And sometimes when I look at the field of history, sometimes some of the newer scholars don't engage the historiography and understand like how the scholarship has developed over time in particular ways, and you have to know the old ways to move forward with new ways.
Thank you all for those salient points. Let's give them a round of applause. Dr. Nevius, you talked about black history being provocative. And as we know, in 1947, John Hope Franklin sought to insert the black experience squarely into American history. Through his scholarship, he argued that American and African American history were synonymous. How are historians continuing this fight, especially in light of current political attacks on African American history and studies throughout the country? We can start on this end if you want to begin for us, Doctor.
Can you say the question one more time?
Yeah, so how are historians continuing this fight to have African American history as part of American history mainstream in light of current political attacks on African American history and studies throughout the country? And I can give an example of that if we look at people or efforts in Florida. Since I'm outside of Florida, I can talk about Florida. But you have legislation where people are not supposed to teach things that will make individuals feel discomfort. How do we address that and at the same time keep black history as a provocative thought that pushes the society forward in terms of our understanding?
Yeah, one of the things that I think is important to lift up is that what has recently been happening in Florida is actually a response to, so let's say, for instance, if we take the AP African American Studies course as the basis for thinking about this, despite all the stuff that's happening there, one of the things that I think is important for us to lift up is what was done to make the AP African American Studies course possible. And that was the partnership between, hundreds of scholars in higher education and K through 12 educators, which is something that I don't know that we've been seeing enough of in the recent past. And so I think more partnerships between scholars who are in the academy, who are scholars of African American history and African American studies, thinking about our work and our scholarship beyond just the university level, but making sure that there is space created for dialogue between educators across these really prosthetic boundaries that we put up between K through 12 educators and educators in the higher ed context, because the course that was developed, despite what happened with the rolling out of it, whether it be on the College Board side or state legislators and things like that, it was really, as someone who witnessed what was happening there with all of these professors, whether it be at various different institutions across the country, and folks who were teachers in high schools coming together and saying, how can we develop a curriculum that's responsive to the needs of students in our communities so that they're not encountering African American history and African American studies for the first time when they get to higher education. Some of the ways that the communities have been responding in Florida have also been inspiring in terms of the freedom schools that they're creating, where communities are, again, partnering with scholars in the academy and community educators to try to assert assert their agency in demanding that these histories be taught and that students have an opportunity to have access to them. That's a part of a much longer tradition that we have that's reflected in African American history. I think we have to study those strategies that our communities have done over the course of generations and figure out how we can, borrow from those strategies to reinforce current efforts like what we see with, for instance, some of the Asala branches in Florida that are creating these freedom schools in response to efforts to remove this work that we do from the context of schools. And that requires partnerships between scholars in the academy and educators in the K through 12 context.
Thank you for that.
So I live in a state next to Florida. It's not hard to figure out, but I work at a public institution in that particular state, and so I don't want to get myself in trouble or anybody in trouble, because if they hit me, I hit back. But in 2020, when the world shut down and all kind of stuff popped off, there was this move in the state in which I live to pull all syllabi at public universities to see if critical race theory was written on the syllabus. Now, I grew up in Southern black communities. I am 10 generations Southern. I'm talking about I am as Southern as black as they come. And my grandfather was a bootlegger and number runner. Now, when he was alive, I never would tell anybody that my grandfather was a bootlegger number runner, because that could have gotten him in jail, but he has been gone since 2000. What I'm getting at is that as a black professor who teaches African American history, I had enough sense to know never to put to write anything that would jeopardize you on your syllabus, because they could search it out. See, we have to stop talking about living out loud, and we have to understand discretion. So on one side of this, again, what I'm getting at is that we have to be smarter than, and we always have to be in the community. My orientation is that I'm from the community and I partner with the university that I work with. So I am just a man of the people. But the other side of this too, and this is what Dr. Givens just stated, is in Atlanta we are running these Saturday Black History Schools. And we reach out to different folks, Shaquille O'Neal and all kinds of different people, and they donate money for us to do this, and this is just open to the community. This is what I learned when I started going to the Association for the Study of African American Life and History in 1996, is that we're not talking about history in the academy, we're just talking about history for people who like history. And the last thing I want to say is we have to start taking our children, K through 12, we have to start taking them into an archive and teaching them how to understand investigation. See, the notion is that they believe that history is a narrative and it's all about feelings, but it's about facts and what people believe about those facts. And so where I'm going with this is when my students come into a classroom at the institution where I work, and they say, well, no one has ever taught me African American history, and this is what I say to them. I say, well, that's by design, but now that you are in this class, what will you do with this information? Last thing I'm going to say, I see history, when I talked about it being a weapon, imagine that we are running down a track, and there's a rattlesnake 50 yards down the track. Once you get that information and know that there's a rattlesnake there, what do you do with that information? That is what history should be, and that is why we must do differently in taking our young people into archives and letting them recreate the story instead of giving them narratives. So we have to outthink all of the troubles that beset us.
Thank you. Okay, and we're going to have, for the panelists, we're going to allow them to respond, and then we'll turn to questions from the audience. We only have 10 minutes left.
Okay, Dr. Jackson, I'll be brief. If black histories are provocative, they're also expansive. And so black history, in conjunction with or as a generative aspect of African diaspora history, for example, helps us to understand trans-imperial connections or global connections, the very things that the thrust of your question perhaps creates or generates some kind of pushback. And I think it's vitally important for us to understand that and to engage with it particularly, especially as we think about the legacy of Dr. Franklin's work, because Dr. Franklin knew this as well. I'm pretty confident in saying such.
And I'll just add briefly, I've been thinking a lot recently about how the sort of role of the scholar, the role of the historian of Black America or Africana history, you know, I think all of us on this stage, at least, we know that there's work to be done. We know that there are people who don't want us to do it, and we're going to keep doing what we do. But I think the other thing that's weighed heavily on me for the past, I'd say, 6-7 years is the question of, you know, am I doing enough, right? We have these positions at our schools, we teach, that is important, we reach hundreds of students, if not thousands. But more recently, I've been thinking about the responsibility of scholars writing for young people. And I agree with you that we need to bring folks into the archives. That would be a dream if we could bring, you know, 11 and 12-year-olds across the nation into the archives. We know that that's probably not going to happen for the majority of them. But I think we have to work on making that happen, but also bringing the archive to them, right? And so that can be in the form of narrative. I recently just published the first book in a series, a middle grade series, on Black women biography. We can do it. Carol Anderson, she's done it. And so I'm going to actually challenge folks in the room to think very seriously about writing the traditional kinds of work that we do, but to also think about giving teachers the tools to engage in African American history at the moment in which, right now, it is under siege. We have to give our teachers the tools, and I can't think of a better group to do it than us.
Thank you for that. And I will just add that it's just so critically important that as scholars that we step outside of the ivory tower and go into the communities and engage with people in the K-12 space, in the rec centers and the other spaces. We should not just keep the knowledge, you know, as often said, the historians write for each other, that we should take that information and make it accessible. And I think the life and legacy part of it, at least of Dr. Franklin, was that he was not only a scholar, but he went out into the community and engaged in social and other community issues as well. And so with the time that we have left, we would certainly like to hear questions from the audience and have our panelists to respond to them.
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Jackson, for your question. I'm looking at a lot of the questions that have come in from the audience, and they had the same question you did about how is it that we can take these kinds of histories outside of the classroom. So I'm sure a lot of people listening appreciated your interest in that, so thank you. One of the questions that we got from in the room, Dr. Franklin's original title for From Slavery to Freedom included A History of Negro Americans, Negro being arguably a more specific identifier of Black Americans. Should we be more intentional and loud with how problematic the identifier African American has become due to its inherent lack of specificity in regard to the Black Negro American experience?
So just, it's hard to hear, just, you don't know, up here there's feedback. So it's very difficult to follow. So can I ask you, I'm going to jump out front and ask you to repeat it slowly so that we can hear it. I think there was a little trouble earlier with that too. Or let me read it or something.
Let me step a little bit further away. Is that a little bit easier for you all to hear me? I think I might have been too close.
Yeah, just a little slower.
Sure. So Dr. Franklin's original title for From Slavery to Freedom included A History of Negro Americans, Negro being arguably a more specific identifier for Black Americans. Should we be more intentional and loud with how problematic the identifier African American has become due to its inherent lack of specificity in regard to the Black/Negro American experience?
Well, so I think that this can be both and, all right? And I'm just thinking about this from, if I'm hearing this correctly, what you're saying is that from slavery to freedom, there may be a suggestion that it's about Black and not Black Americans, or African Americans or Negro in the term that's being used. Am I hearing that correctly?
My understanding of the question is that it's about words that are specifically referring to Black American history rather than the history of the diaspora as a whole.
Absolutely. And so this is the thing. I mean, you know, of course, Black Americans are part of the diaspora, but in my department in Africana Studies, we're actually debating over whether or not we need to create like a Black history class and then the history of African Americans to 1865 and then from 1865 to the present. And the thing about it is, you know, the cool thing about teaching at my institution is that we are 70% of African descent. But we have Caribbean, we have from the continent, we have African Americans. And the Caribbean students will say, I mean, is this class on African American history going to be about like Caribbean folks? And I was like, there will be references, but by and large, this is about the 48 states, continuous states, and you know, possibly Hawaii and Alaska. So what I'm getting at is that there are unique experiences that are central to the Black American experiences, and then there are other experiences that connect us to the larger diaspora. I think it would be wise for us to develop courses that engage in numerous ways, but to identify and understand that we are African people and that we all sit at the table in particular ways. Okay, well, if you know what the question is, if you ask the question, ask it. I mean,
it's my question. So the question is, now I don't mind somebody else clarifying it, but it's my question. Okay. So yeah. The question is, at one point in this, the understanding of what Black American was about Negro, colored, it was a specific people. The book is literally titled From Slavery to Freedom. That's about a specific group of people who were on the continent of America. By, 70s, we embraced the term African American, but African American has become something that's all-consuming and not specific to the people that John Hope Franklin was talking about. Negro fell off, African American came in, and now we're talking diaspora and all of this wonderful stuff, but that lessens the level of focus on the specific group of people. So I'm problematizing African American as a term.
And I think my direction was to answer that in that regard.
Oh, it was not, excuse me, it was not directly at your answer. It was just to clarify the question.
But I do want to just say this, though, just very quickly. The Black experience has been it's a particular experience in particular ways. And I'm just going to throw this out there. I was just teaching about Southern slavery, from slavery to freedom last week. And there is all of this data in the book. And I actually pull out an inflation calculator. And what I look at is how in 1860, Mississippi is the richest state in the United States, but between Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, the amount of cotton in today's society is like $188 billion in today's society, just cotton. We're not talking about the ships, all these other things. And when my students are able to hear that and understand American slavery and shadow slavery, they begin to understand that this is a very unique kind of situation in terms of capitalism. And so in saying that, that is, in my opinion, that is what presents that uniqueness. And so you ask a valid question. It's hard to get into that conversation because there are these conversations around with ADOS and, you know, reparations and, were Black folks here before the Mayflower? I mean, all of those things are welcome questions, right? But in a classroom, how can you cover all these different things in a semester? That's the question
And let me just say this, that I don't know that I agree with the premise of that, because I think with the evolution of the term, the focus has remained the same. So yes, subtitled in terms of history of Negro Americans to African Americans, the suggestion was, hey, are we not focusing still primarily on the African American experience in this country? And so if you read the updated versions, not only is it still concentrated, but it's elaborated as well with additional information about the experience, like what Dr. Dunbar talked about, things that are incorporated in it that go straight to the experiences of African Americans in the country. So I think that the changing of that term just evolved with our language in the community itself. I don't think that it was not at this point, to exclude primarily the experience of African Americans. All right, so unfortunately, I think we are at the end of our session. Thank you all for your engagement. Let's thank our panelists for their contributions, and thank you for your time and attention.
Well, I hope everybody is enjoying themselves. It's been quite engaging so far. And let's give the panel another round of applause as they exit the stage. Well, I have a compromise I'd like for you all to agree with me on. That we forego the break and move directly into this next panel. Thank you for your cooperation.
Not including teachers front and center in that story and elevating the work of educators when it comes to Black collective struggle. We've been missing a very, very important part of the Black freedom struggle by not including teachers front and center in that story and elevating the work of educators when it comes to Black collective struggle. Black Teacher Archive is this digital portal that houses the records of colored teacher associations, particularly their journals. These are digital representations of these physical materials that exist all over the country.
We're trying to provide a different form of access and also honor the care that has already been provided to the material.
We're taking advantage of what it means to live in the digital age, and with the hopes of kind of revitalizing some aspects of tradition, but also to say there are things that we can do now that couldn't be done 20 or 30 years ago in terms of digitizing.
One of the most important things that can happen is that allows us to tell much more robust stories about the role that teachers played in all aspects of Black life.
When people think about the civil rights movement, teachers are not necessarily the people that come to mind. There are all these individual figures, but then when you sit back and wonder, well, where did all of these great and important leaders come from? When we think about their oratorical skills, right? When we think about their ability to imagine a world outside of the confines of Jim Crow, where did they learn that?
Despite the extraordinary blooming that has happened in African American studies, we are still mining for the stuff of the tradition that we need to do to fashion, to shape the field, to tell the story. I do think that this project is yielding a lot of gold.
Please take your seats. Please take your seats. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap 2 times. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap 2 times. If you can hear the sound of my voice, clap 2 times. Please take your seats. We're about to introduce the next panel. Thank you for your cooperation. Our next panel's topic is From Slavery to Freedom, in public history. Our panelists are Dr. Elizabeth Clark Lewis, Howard University. She's our moderator. Dr. Charles D. Johnson, North Carolina Central University. Mr. Andre D. Van, North Carolina Central University. Ms. Shakia Goulet Warren, Black History Museum and Cultural Center of Virginia. Mr. Michael Morris, 2 Mississippi Museums. At this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Elizabeth Clark Lewis.
Good afternoon. It is such a pleasure to be here, and I am absolutely humbled that the Franklins would even allow me to participate. They have continued to keep the legacy of John Hope Franklin alive. But for me, as a public historian, I am always indebted to them for the respect that they have had for public history and individuals who are public historians. You see, public historians come in all shapes and sizes. We call ourselves professors, yes, but we're museum professionals, archivists, government historians, cultural resources managers, curators, film and media producers. We're policy advisors, local historians, and community activists. Although public historians are scholars, and frequently as teachers, we have to remember that we are always comfortable being involved in history beyond the walls of classrooms. People who often do not like history will spend hours after hours at battlefields, memorials, and frequently in museums, and for African Americans at family reunions. We're proud to create history that's utilized by and really specializes with a special engagement with our audiences. When the state park system undertakes a new management plan, or when people are reinterpreting a home or a historic site, when oral historians are called upon to create a new historic walking tour, you will have corporate archives calling on public historians. But even today, in a small African American town in California, public historians are helping that community demand their equal water rights. We always are very willing to also promote heritage tourism and economic development. When you talk about public historians, the theory and methodology of public history absolutely remains within the discipline of history, and all good public history rests on sound scholarship. But we are always involved in what we call community enhancement as public historians. You see, we are self-consciously and we are glad to be interdisciplinary when we view the past. Very importantly, we always want to engage others in our collaborative work. I get so irritated when people talk about, well, where did public history come from? And the usual example is, well, there were so many historians, they couldn't get work in the 1970s. For African American historians, and John Hope Franklin was always at the lead. For African American historians, public history was central to our work, period. We can start with the griot in Africa and understand that historians were always engaging the broader public. For Africans, as we moved in every area of the diaspora, the griot spirit was always with us in all of our activities. But I can say for me, as a 20-year-old in 1971, at the first Rayford W. Logan lecture, Dr. John Hope Franklin placed George Washington Williams at the start of my public history journey. His address was peerless. And I know there are those of you sitting out there saying, wait a minute, George Washington Williams, that book was published in 1985. But I'm telling you, in 1971, John Hope Franklin reconstructed the work of this brilliant and self-made historian. And I can tell you, there were individuals in that room for that lecture who couldn't see how the history of the Negro race in America from 1619 to 1880 could be viewed as a seminal work by a scholar like John Hope Franklin. But I'm here to tell you, as my grandparents said, he stood flat-footed and looked them all in the eye. And he made it clear that the work of George Washington Williams, and he centered it in others, including William Wells Brown and others. He said, these are historians. This research, yes, it would receive the Holt Prize, but Dr. Franklin's long quest to have George Washington Williams research respected by the Academy started me on my quest as a public historian. For all African American scholars, there's no question that Carter G. Woodson, the second African American to receive his PhD from Harvard, we know he reframed every aspect of United States history, but he boldly was willing to create vehicles for, quote, regular people, end of quote, to know and respect African American history. I want to remind everybody in this room that although Dr. Woodson graduated from Harvard, he always said a significant portion of his education came when he was in the Philippines as one of 600 teachers sent by the United States to the Philippines. People forget that while he was in the Philippines, I ask you as a public historian to remember, he studied Romance languages through correspondence courses. And yes, upon returning to the United States, he would complete the PhD. But as the first professor to ever dare to teach an online course at Howard University, I know in 1999, Dr. Woodson's spirit strengthened me when my classes were questioned by a few of my scholars in history who scorned me for daring to teach a, quote, correspondence course. And I remember it came to me in the meeting, and I reminded them that Carter G. Woodson for years had studied using correspondence courses, so that if we as scholars are going to reach out, we have to follow this example of the scholar who created the distance learning example that was vital for us at that time. I'd also like to end with J.A. Rogers. J.A. Rogers started writing for the Pittsburgh Courier in 1934, and he always had his information on African Americans accompanied by art by George L. Lee. But for me, what was so very important, he published facts about the Negro. These illustrated historical features, syndicated in all the African American newspapers all over the United States, recounted a history to millions of African Americans in the United States. And these small vignettes, always accompanied by cartoons or these images, absolutely went against the prevailing ideas that racists were attempting to constantly reinforce in us. And I used his research. As recently as this summer, J.A. Rogers helped me teach a large class of individuals that I'm dedicated to teaching in a public housing complex in Alexandria, Virginia. In ending, I ask you to all take the time, like I have, to welcome these brilliant individuals who are also public historians, proud public historians. Each of these public historians reflect the very best of our discipline. I'll briefly introduce them and then call them forward individually, or they'll come forward individually. I have to start with an incomparable public historian, a scholar by the name of Charles Johnson. Charles Johnson is a public historian at North Carolina Central University. But more importantly, he reframed the history program and added public history as a major focus. And his data that he developed, and I'm gonna tell you a secret, he developed it at Howard University with Dr. Joe Harris. He turned that archive on South African history around. We were so proud of him. I was proud because I was a graduate that recruited him, but we were so very proud of the work he did with the South African Support Committee and the work that he did to quite clearly make sure that this work on the history of struggle in South Africa had an absolute and an expansive public engagement. A museum specialist, an archivist that needs no introduction is Mr. Van. We've heard from him earlier and we'll hear from him again because Mr. Van is helping us understand the significance of archives and archival research to all that scholars do, but he has stayed absolutely connected to the community from which he has evolved. We have two wonderful museum specialists. We have Shakia Galette Warren, who is the director of the Black History Museum and Cultural Center in Virginia. And she has done a phenomenal job in a short period of time. But I would have told them, get ready, because she did an incredible job when she was head of the series of museums in Prince George's County. And I would send my museum students to these museums. Her innovative installations were incredible. And I once asked her, how do you do all that on such a little bit of local money? She always did it. Virginia, get ready, because she's coming. Lastly, I want to also take the time to acknowledge the work, the museum work of Michael Morris. He has revolutionized a number of programs, in particular those that deal with local communities, in his work with the Mississippi Department of Archives and History. Each of these public historians are helping us understand not just public history, but as I said, the absolute peerless history that John Hope Franklin not only wrote, but that he took to every community where he served. I'll end by also sharing one story. I had a student that was doing her PhD, and in a file at the National Archives, miscellaneous, in the Justice Department, she found a long letter and a telegram written by John Hope Franklin when he was a student at Fisk. Now, you know when your student finds something like that, you say, we're gonna call him. Walter Hill helped facilitate the call. You know I was on there as her chair. I was, yes, Dr. Franklin. And I could hear in his voice, that's Elizabeth from 1973 when she defended that master's thesis on the laws of Pennsylvania and South Carolina, and why I was so arrogant that you couldn't really tell the difference. And Dr. Franklin was wonderful in my defense. He was so patient with me and my arrogant, know-it-all self. And I knew he knew it. He said, "That's Dr. Clark Lewis. Is this her student?" And I was like, "Oh, please don't hold it against her. She's wonderful." And he was so delightful and gracious to the late Walter Hill, to me, and to, most importantly, this young student who found this information. And we were so proud to let him know that his work started so many years ago as an activist was still being recognized, not only by Howard University and our scholars, but it reinforced all that we are to do as historians. Stay involved, stay engaged, and most importantly, stay encouraged to understand what we do in our communities and why it's so critical, the work that we do as public historians. Each of these scholars will speak in that order, and I thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for remaining. You know, I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to point out the fact that Dr. Elizabeth Clark Lewis, to my way of thinking, represents probably the dean of African American public historians in the United States. She has, at Howard University, trained a small army of public historians. You know, I promised myself that I would be the one presenter who would actually stay within the 7-minute mark. But I have to say, looking at Jim Harper over here, we were students of Sylvia Marie Jacobs here at, thank you, at North Carolina Central University. And Dr. Jacobs sent us to Howard University to none other than Elizabeth Clark Lewis. So we owe her a tremendous debt, and I know that she is not going to acknowledge she's such an humble person, but I wanted to point that out. Yep. Thank you. I figured what I would do in the short time that I have is to highlight some of the work that we're doing here, the public history work that we're doing here, and connect it to Dr. John Hope Franklin, who we're here to honor. So my public history research engages current trends and issues that arise out of the rapidly transforming urban social spaces locally, and how best to preserve the history of those persons who are being displaced. So to contextualize, Durham, North Carolina gave rise to one of the most outstanding African-American communities, I believe, in the United States. It's a community that Dr. John Hope Franklin came to love. And it birthed a number of institutions, and I would say the cornerstones, the 4 cornerstones, would be North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company in 1898, Lincoln Hospital in 1901, Mechanics at Farmers Bank 1907, and then where we are today at North Carolina Central University in 1910. So those became the cornerstones for a tremendous economic base that helped to support a powerhouse African-American community. So if we think of an economic base and then the pillars that rest on it, you would have a political pillar that was represented in the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black people, the religious pillar in the many churches that we have here, the educational pillar, and so on and so forth. And for much of the 20th century, Black Durham stood as a bright, shining example of what could be accomplished if African Americans were allowed to live up to their true potential. Now, in Durham, people lived pretty much in segregated communities, and they did so down into the 1990s. I grew up not a stone's throw from here in the Emory Woods community, which is off Riddle Road. That was an all-black community. It's one way in and one way out. When I was a boy and whites came into that community, we thought they were lost because there was no through street. We welcomed them, but we knew most often that they were just coming because they were curious. So what ends up happening is that you have people who are working down on Black Wall Street at North Carolina Mutual and Mechanics and Farmers and many other places, who were living in these communities where life was taking place. And we understand that for African Americans, much of our experience, the sort of the kernel of it, that part that was truly rich, took place outside of the public sphere. All right, so what's happening now, though, is these communities are transforming, and our work is becoming much more focused on them. So as I said, I examine how public history can and does help empower communities fighting over contested living spaces to retain their historical and cultural identity. Dr. John Hope Franklin's scholarship undergirds and informs our public history research, which is performed in service to the African American community in Durham, regionally and across the state of North Carolina. So said another way, as public historians at NCCU, we decode Dr. Franklin's From Slavery to Freedom and encode its treasure trove of knowledge and solutions in addressing real challenges facing black spaces and places locally and further afield. So historically, demographic shifts within urban spaces have often been accompanied by the slow but sometimes rapid erosion of old narratives of place, and that is happening here in Durham. And as a result of that, I receive calls from the community looking for support in helping to preserve the history of these spaces. So Durham residents currently face this challenge where many former residents who established communities and may have played a foundational role in the progressive upbuilding of the city are being replaced by outsiders who need to be made aware of the contributions of the former residents. These contributions are subject to being overwritten by new narratives of place and thus lost. This process can be very contentious and often hurtful from the vantage point of the former residents. So public historians can play an important role in interpreting and mediating this process. And this has become the focus of our work here. It can even help residents construct real communities. So how this works is through collaboration, as has been mentioned earlier, and partnerships. Thus, we partner with communities to help to preserve, reify, and promote their narratives of place. For example, by establishing community museums, historic monuments and markers, historic preservation, documentaries, historical performances and reenactments, public art such as murals, also music, and in many other ways. Public historians are thus able to help protect the original residents' past. Doing so creates a pride of place for old residents by allowing new residents to learn about the past while constructing a new community. So the idea, said simply, is that as we have whites move into these historic African American communities, is to engage them and to invite them into a dialogue and conversation about the history of those communities as a way of allowing them to get some skin in the game in the manner of speaking, and to come to understand and appreciate the rich history of those communities, and to build ties to local residents. Oftentimes, original residents are more willing to embrace demographic change if newcomers respect established community narratives of place. Acceptance often results when newcomers move into communities of matching racial class makeup. In cases of gentrification, where whites, for example, colonize a long-standing black community, causing displacement of the original residents and the loss of community identity, it injures the former African-American residents. An excellent source on this is Dr. Mindy Fullylove's The Root Shock, which I would invite all of you all to take a look at. So regrettably, multi-generational community colonization is a fact of life for African Americans here and in other parts of the state, and indeed across the nation. There are many communities throughout Durham where we have established projects directed at halting the erasure of precious and irreplaceable African American community history, and I will speak to just one and then take my seat. One of the first calls that I received to engage the community in research directed at trying to preserve the history of the community was the Bragtown community here in Durham. Bragtown sits just south of the former Cameron and Benahan slave labor camp. That camp, we talked about that earlier this morning. It was about 30,000 acres in 1860. I think the person at that time mentioned that there was 1,000 enslaved people on that slave labor camp. But today we believe there might have been upwards of 3,000 people who were enslaved there. So it sits literally just north of the Bragtown community, which is between Staggville and downtown Durham. Now, many of the families that were enslaved at Staggville ended up settling in Bragtown and further afield. In fact, of the initial families that settled in the Hayti community here in Durham, which was arguably the preeminent black community in the state during its day, all of the original families came off of that slave labor camp. The history that we know about Durham is really focused on what I call the institution builders, as well it should be, and we shouldn't, I'm not trying to topple pillars here and looking at John Merrick and Dr. Aaron McDuffie Moore and others, but it's important that we add to the record the contributions of those individuals who were here back during the period of enslavement and played such a critical role in the development of Durham. And I will add to that that there would be no Durham if there was no North Carolina Railroad. I think those of us who know, understand that. So when the North Carolina Railroad was built from Goldsboro to Charlotte, where it was established, cities built up. Durham, then company shops, which is now Burlington, Greensboro, on and on. But enslaved people were taken off of the neighboring slave labor camps to construct that railroad. So it was people who descended from Staggville who built that railroad, which called Durham into existence. Many of those people now live, their descendants live in the Bragtown community. So in that community, what we're doing is engaging the community in a conversation about its history. Our role here is to train up young, and I see some sitting in the audience now, young historians who go out and collect oral histories that help to tell and to preserve the history of that community. And then we use that to produce knowledge that helps to explain their experiences. This community asked us to help them to create a historical mural or public art piece that highlights key figures from that community's history. And to that end, we were able to secure a large ACLS grant to help us in that work. So that is just one of the projects that we are doing here amongst many. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and decrease and say thank you all for your time and attention.
Okay, I'm reminded, we're on the clock here. So I will sort of share just a few, and everything's just on a little sheet of paper, okay? It reminds me of a paper I once wrote. I was at North Carolina State in public history, and Dr. John David Smith asked us to come up with a topic, and I called it Digging It Up, which is the idea of looking at how African-American libraries, public libraries, played a very significant role in the cultural development of communities. And so we have here the Stanford at Warren Branch Library, and also we have in Raleigh the Richard B. Harrison Library, and two great examples of what communities can do over the years about collecting and telling their stories and their histories. And thank goodness all their materials, mostly great parts of their histories and materials are online. So I begin with this idea, and I also have to pay homage to the great Dr. Dorothy Porter Wesley. Someone from Durham, North Carolina, yes, can know the great Dr. Dorothy Porter Wesley. And Dr. Wesley, thank goodness, I had the privilege of meeting her in 1994. Her husband was a great editor and author of the history of Alpha Phi Alpha, and our former general president sitting here, by the way, I got to acknowledge him. But it was great Dr. Dorothy Porter Wesley in 1949 that mentioned to Dr. Alfonso Elder that if you want a great institution, you have to have a great collection. And that great collection is called the Reverend Charles Martin Collection. Collection dates back to 1949. He was one of the first African-American Moravian ministers in the United States of America. And they heard about this great collection in New York. They went up, had a conversation with his widow, and they were eventually able, after some outside funding, to acquire that collection, to bring it here. That helped to make the corpus of what Dr. Franklin, who as he started contemplating, thinking about writing From Slavery to Freedom, became one of the great resources among many that he relied upon right there in our library, then in the James E. Shepard Memorial Library. And so then that helps me ask a very important question. For whom is this research? And that is the most important and pivotal question there. For whom is all this great work that goes on for? And for me, it has always been the idea of learning to center that history around the people. And I've had to change over the years because in the beginning, you know, I, like most folk, were caught up in this idea of sometimes this one key and central narrative that is one individual, you know, it's sort of like the great savior of that piece. But we also have learned that we've had to change and shift as we found new histories that have come about to ask us to think about the very people who have helped to make these individuals who they are, right? And we know plenty great examples of that, most importantly. It is about how people in local communities go about remembering their histories. I remind folks that sometimes there are these sort of individual memories, right? And then we move from individual memories sometimes to community memories. And how do we get there? Because how do two different people sort of assess and look at the same thing, same event, having happened in the same place at the same time? And sometimes that comes through the force of conversations around their history. Classic example, and I'm going to be there in a few minutes. Classic examples involved as a wonderful exhibit. For those who may have time while you're in town, go down to the Carolina Theater. Miss Vivian McCoy, where is she? I know she's in this room somewhere. Well, Miss Vivian McCoy, you see her tomorrow. She was one of the great activists here in Durham. There's a wonderful exhibit, the 92 Steps that exists at the Carolina Theater, paid for through the funds of supporters and friends and others who believe that a story about student activism here at North Carolina Central University, then North Carolina College at Durham, and Hillside High School, that story should be told. And so I was lucky enough to be one of the only little young folk they would let in the room when they were having these discussions. And so the result of that was a wonderful exhibit. I want you to make sure you go there to see. But that's how sometimes you can find ways to kind of include people in the history. Not exclude people, include people in their history. But it also talks about then the question of representation and who is remembered and why they remember. But also talks about what Dr. Ray Gavins called, in the chapter one of his great books on the history of North Carolina, what he called the sins of omission. the sins of omission. Who are the people who are left out? And what work remains for us to go after and make sure that these stories are recorded. And that is something I have promised in my years to make sure that we are working to kind of elevate up and kind of telling these stories that others may not have heard about, may not know about, but everyone should remember and should know. And that's important. But also, and that's framed around this very important point, that is something that, my uncles, a lot of them, ministers. And so that great story is that God uses ordinary people to do extraordinary things. And I use that as a guide point because, when you walk in the office sometimes as archivist and historian, people call them about everything, right? That's how it is. It's like being a family doctor sometimes. But it's about making sure that, we not forget the people behind. I think Dr. Hickenbotham here, when she describes in an interview, I hope you saw it not long ago, the idea of looking at the framework of the black church. And so often she would tell you that so often people looked at the black church, they looked at the pastor, they looked at the preacher. And that was the most important, central, and key figure. But she's saying, hey, take another look, right? Take another look. Because if you go back, you look at who's the backbone of the church. Backbone of the church yesterday, and backbone of the church today is a black woman. Let me go and tell you, those don't know it. And so what it says is that you have to move yourself from the normal notions and ideas about how you go and how you look at history. And we do that by going after it. As I said, digging it up, going finding materials. It's a lot of begging, a lot of sometimes on the phone, a lot of chasing folk down. But these histories are important, right? Because they help to provide a record. And if you go back to, as I began, this idea of digging it up, and for me, the other part of that would be collecting to vindicate the race. That was the original notion idea, that when many of the early archives and some in histories and works that are dating going back, date back as far as the 1700s, this idea of moving against this narrative that kind of confined and placed African Americans in just one place, in one spot. And so thank goodness, thanks to digital help and aid, there's more out there. We can go out and get it, let us use it. But most important, and last, I'll say this, if you don't share it with the next generation, it is to our detriment. If you do not share all the great accomplishments, all the great works with the next generation, and making sure that they know of these great positive histories, and that yes, there is a little minor danger sometimes in bringing into the consciousness 20th century individuals into the 21st century, yes. Now, I didn't say I had all the answers, but I can tell you that is something certainly we should strive for. And so I thank you, and I would just merely ask you and invite you to make sure you do your part in archiving your experience and sharing that with others, that they may know of your works. And I'll take my seat. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. So I have been thinking about my journey in public history, how I got here, and I really wanted to frame my maybe 3.5, 5 minutes. I know we had to cut it, so maybe 5-minute talk on my journey into public history. So I am a graduate, a very proud graduate of Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee. And because of that institution, I was introduced to John Hope Franklin. I had the privilege of meeting him multiple times on campus because, as you know, Fisk was very dear to his heart. And the year that the library was dedicated to he and his wife, I was a senior. So my journey in public history is very personal. I arrived at Fisk thinking that I would be an obstetrician, and I was going to go right across the street to Meharry and become a doctor. But God had a different plan for me, and he introduced me to so many professors that influenced my life in a way that it changed me. And I said, okay, I think I'm going to audit this class. Let me see if I like it. And I ended up loving it. And our first textbook was From Slavery to Freedom. So everything that I have done in my public history career has been surrounded and dedicated to From Slavery to Freedom. I also just want to lift up very quickly the professors that kind of shielded me along the way at Fisk. So Linda T. Wynn, Dr. Revis Mitchell, who has now gone on, and Dr. James Quirin. And each of them encouraged me. So as I see students out in the crowd today, I know your professors are encouraging you to be the best that you can be. And if they see something special in you and they ask you to do something, like when I got to Morgan State and Dr. Deborah Newman-Ham said, you should go intern at the Reginald F. Lewis Museum. I said, well, I don't know if I want to do that. And she said, you should just try. So if your professors are pushing you to do something, I encourage you, just do it, because they see something in you that you don't see in yourself and you don't know what you're capable of. So at Morgan State, I had the pleasure of being taught by Dr. Rosalind Tierborg Penn, and woo, Dr. Penn, she did not play around. She didn't. I know you all have professors that did not play in that way, and Dr. Penn was one of them. She was very serious about public history. She was very serious about history, and she took me to my first Asala luncheon. It was there that I was introduced to the tenets of Carter G. Woodson and the Negro canon, which guides my work every day. So if you all don't know what the Negro canon is, it is the infusion of art, history, and culture. That is the embodiment of what a public historian is. We are to champion what culture means in our communities that we represent and make sure that we are making our messages accessible. So in my current role as the executive director of the Black History Museum and Cultural Center of Virginia, we are now the steward of 15 Confederate monuments that came down in Richmond. Yeah, take that in. Take that in, let that seep in, because I want to talk to you about practice, right? So we have theory and we have practice. This is a very real issue for public historians in the field right now, reimagining what Confederate monuments will be in the future and how we tell those interpretations around them. So we have the Jeb Stuart, Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson, Fitzgerald Hughes. We have them all. And we are currently working in community, right? Because public historians have to always be in community. You cannot decouple it. In community is the local griots that are going to tell you those secrets and share those familiar stories that you may not have access to, so you need them. This monument journey, it's a tough road, right? There are so many people who are opposed to a Black History Museum being the steward of these Confederate monuments, but I'm here to tell you that our predecessors, they didn't get weary in well-doing. They didn't get tired. So it's up to us to make sure that we are in charge of that interpretive narrative and that we tell the stories that they can no longer tell. And when they say that we should not be at the table, well, we boastfully sit at the table and we make sure that our stories are heard. So as I close, and I think I have, 2 more minutes, okay, great. And as I close, I just want to encourage everyone in here to just remember that we are actively doing history live every day. We just had a symposium at the museum where we brought in Dr. Jeffries to teach social studies teachers and how to teach their students about the civil rights movement as we are navigating divisive concepts legislation. We are that conduit. We are the group of professionals that make sure that teachers have the resources and that students learn about themselves in a different way. So as I take my seat, I just want to reiterate that this is some hard work, y'all, and we've got even more harder work to come. And as long as we do it together, we'll be better and there will be an outcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I promise you I won't be before you long. My name is Michael Morris. I'm the new director of our Museum of Mississippi History and Mississippi Civil Rights Museum in Jackson, Mississippi. Those museums opened on December the 9th, 2017, and I'm happy to report to you that just last month we just surpassed 600,000 visitors. So I'm excited about that. Why two museums? Well, these started out as two separate efforts. The veterans of the Civil Rights Movement in Mississippi had always been collecting their papers and memorabilia in hopes of building a museum one day. And then the State History Museum was a result of the efforts of the Mississippi Department of Archives and History, which is where I've been working for the last 7 years. And so when those efforts were brought together in 2011, I was actually a senior at Jackson State University. And I'm a proud Jackson State University alum, by the way. But when those two museums came together as an idea, that really did transform the way that the Department of Archives and History does its work, because it required the department to have to actually go out there and engage with the community. And especially in terms of our Civil Rights Museum. There were a lot of things that the civil rights veterans and just average, ordinary Mississippians wanted to see conveyed in that museum when it was completed. And so, you know, I was not working there at the time, but museum officials made trips all across the state of Mississippi to meet with communities. They worked with giants in our field like John Fleming to put together those exhibits. And I think a large part of the success of those museums is the fact that people feel like they're an authentic, you know, they're authentic exhibits that are in there. After we opened on December the 9th, 2017, my director came to me and basically said, okay, I'll give you a month off, and then I want you to start paying attention to some of our other sites. The Department of Archives and History has about 9 sites throughout the state of Mississippi, 2 Native American sites, the Grand Village of the Natchez Indians, Winterville Mounds, but we've also got some sites down in Natchez that deal with the early history of the state. It's a place called Jefferson College, and it was the state's first institution of higher learning. It was also the place where about less than 50 delegates met on the campus in 1817 and wrote the state's first constitution. But buried in the bottom of this article in the Journal of Mississippi History was this mention of the fact that it served as a Freedmen's Bureau site after the Civil War. And so I decided to go and explore this particular issue. And what I found was, looking through the Freedmen's Bureau records, is that more than 1,200 African Americans, men, women, and children, experienced freedom for the first time on their campus. So from about June 1865, actually May 1865 through about February 1866, that was a place, like I said, where folks experienced freedom for the first time. That's going to radically change the interpretation of that site going forward. And furthermore, I was able to continue doing research into that site and located a list of African Americans that actually worked at the Freedmen's Bureau site. We often think about the Freedmen's Bureau as an institution that helped black folks. But in this particular instance, and I find this in many cases, we also served as cooks and craftsmen and other occupations inside of the Freedmen's Bureau. And so I was able to trace the lineage of this young man that worked as a carpenter, and I was able to get in touch with his descendants who actually gave me his wife's pension record. And as I said, he's gonna be a leading character in whatever exhibits come out of Jefferson College in the future. Another example of us taking the work that we did to create our 2 Mississippi museums and trying to apply those principles to our other sites is a site called Windsor Ruins in Jefferson County, Claiborne County, Mississippi. Has anybody in here ever heard of Windsor Ruins? Okay, all that's left of them are columns. It was like the largest mansion in Mississippi before it burned in 1890. It was built in 1859. But the site has been undergoing some stabilization efforts. And we thought this would be a good opportunity to take a fresh look at that site as well. And so that had always been African Americans in the area that felt that they had a connection with that site, that felt that perhaps their folks may have been enslaved on that site. And we were able to conduct some research and found that that is the case. And what's so amazing about it is a lot of the individuals that were enslaved on that mansion still live in the vicinity of Windsor Ruins. And so we're right now underway with working on the new interpretation at that site, developing new signage that's going to tell a broader story about that site and the contributions of the African Americans that made to it, instead of just talking about the beautiful columns and the wealth and et cetera. I was going to make one last point. I think I've said everything that I wanted to say, but I did want to draw on the importance of John Hope Franklin to us Mississippians. He edited an autobiography of an individual by the name of John R. Lynch. And John R. Lynch, if you ever go to Jackson State University, first and foremost, it's the street that takes you from downtown to Jackson State University. But it's named after an individual who served as the first black Speaker of the House. He was also one of Mississippi's first black congressmen. So John R. Lynch is an important figure for a lot of black Mississippians. He was also a historian. And so he wrote his Facts of Reconstruction in 1913. And he was challenging the Dunning School. He was challenging these white lies about what happened during the Reconstruction era. And so I just wanted to really point out that connection between John Hope Franklin and Mississippi. And I don't want that to get lost on anyone. I'm looking forward to the question and answer period. Thank you.
I would like to start with a question, and I wish I could take ownership of this question. At a program organized by Mr. Franklin, John Whittington Franklin, at the National Archives, all of you know of his great work at the Smithsonian, but he had done he also did an amazing series of lectures at the National Archives. And he had brought in, he was so gracious to bring in scholars and was nice enough to include me. There were huge, I think 5 of us on the stage. And we'd all done what we thought was this wonderful presentation. And we thought we'd done a great job. And John Hope Franklin was sitting in the front. And you knew he was going to ask the first question. And we all sitting there, you just know you're ready. And Dr. Franklin very quietly said, Lerone Bennett and others, including myself, he asked us, what are the challenges of telling new stories in your public spaces? Everybody, just like you, we went, oh boy. Hey. And I'm saying that because all of you, I'm sure, heard of the $1 million Mr. Sean Combs gave to Howard last week. But did you also hear that the graduate students in the history department had a 2-day hip-hop conference? And as old as I am, those students organized it and forced me to ask those same new questions in public spaces. Mr. Haq Islam, and I tell you, they had to tell me who he was and quietly help me along, including my wonderful daughter, Dr. Lewis Moon, because I had no idea. But Haq Islam was a music executive and the founder of University Music. Mr. Cummings, and I hate to say Pooh Cummings, but that's what he kept saying. They kept calling him Pooh. Mr. Cummings was a music industry executive, but told the students how he moved into new areas, and he's now the owner and manager of a series of restaurants, the Brooklyn Chop House in New York. Matt Middleton and Tracy Lee, entertainment attorneys, who represented everyone from Sean Combs, I mean, all the big names. And I'm going to get this wrong, D-Dot Angeletti, who was the original organizer for Mary J. Blige and a number of the others. They came to Howard and they talked about hip hop. But the most pronounced question, one of our PhDs from North Carolina asked the question, what would each of you say to hip hop? She's 50 years old, and she's sitting right in front of you. The answers were incredible. So that, and again, I kept hearing Dr. John Hope Franklin saying, all of you all did lovely, all of you are wonderful up there. But what is the challenge? What is the challenge of you telling new stories in your public spaces? Dr. Johnson?
Doc would start with the PhD comp question, right, as the first question. The challenge of telling new stories. You know, I think there's sort of environmental influences that affect public history work. I kind of alluded to it just a moment ago in speaking about some of the work that we're doing, and that is how fast, how rapidly communities are transforming. I think that in looking at Black Durham, just as a case in point, I can't think of a single Black community that is as it was just a decade ago. And what I mean by that, when we think about it, you know, in order to access the information that we need to tell the stories that we like to tell, you have to have storytellers. And during this period of COVID, you know, we lost so many of our elders, you know, and we were not in a position to really readily get access to them. So certainly some of the difficulty is born out of the environment in which we are working.
Oh, okay, so I think for me, oh, sorry. It's on. Can you hear me now? Okay. Yeah, I think for me, I think some of it is helping people to understand that they have a place in history and that their stories are important. I do have to tell you, while there are a great number of stories that I could tell you about, you know, going to these great homes and gathering these great documents and pieces, but I can equally as well tell you of the number of persons who, you know, unfortunately sometimes, whether they're living or sometimes they're dying, who do not think that their story matters, right? And so a lot of time, we spend a lot of time, as Dr. Johnson has shared here, my colleague here, that it is about education, helping people to understand that their stories are important, right? And they are worth telling, right? And so we work with a number of individuals who are sort of out kind of helping tell these stories. But again, equally as I said, you know, sometimes, you know, when you get to a collection, you get to a house, person say, oh, well, you know, I didn't think this was important, so I threw this out. I was like, well, why are you calling me? You've thrown it out. I'm not connecting with that. You know, if you're trying to preserve and tell your story, why did you become the archivist yourself? That's why you invited us in. And so it is, and then we know that sometimes people, as our great professor, Dr. Sylvia Jacobs, will tell you, we brought in her papers, and she said, well, I'm going to tell you, you're going to get some of it, but you're not going to get all of it. I said, well, what do you mean we're not going to get all of it? And she said, well, I have the ability and I have the right to shape what I want you to see. And I took that to understand, all right, we understood that. And so that means that sometimes, again, people, you know, do shape the interpretation by which you will be able to interpret them and their experiences through their letters, through their records, and through their papers. And so it's kind of an interesting moment. But again, if I do nothing else, it is about reminding people that each and every person, decentralizing that structure, has a great story to tell, and sometimes those collections and materials around that serve a great role in terms of helping for future to interpret that as well.
I think for the profession as a whole, and I can also speak from the standpoint of my institution, it's who owns the stories. It's people who feel a great debt of ownership to the stories, so they want them to be told in a very specific way. And to kind of piggyback off of what my colleague said, it's getting the public to understand that it's a collective, and they are our stories. And you have to trust us to make sure that we are going to do our very best to interpret the stories in a way that you feel comfortable and we feel comfortable, and also introducing new facts to stories. So this is groundbreaking news. Don't share this with anyone. But in a couple of days, the Richmond Free Press is going to release a new discovery. Robert Ely was a civil rights lawyer in Richmond, and he actually helped with the foundational work for the early desegregation cases in Virginia, which we know led to Brown v. Board. And his papers were just discovered. So this is going to be a brand new story of how the civil rights movement is going to be interpreted. So there are so many people that want it to stay static, but we're like, wait, we have this new information. We will benefit greatly from these new stories that we are able to tell through this new collection that we have acquired.
I was going to piggyback. I think somebody mentioned COVID-19 and loss, and I couldn't help but think of SNCC veteran Hollis Watkins, who we just lost. Can you hear me now? Yeah. I couldn't help but think of SNCC veteran Hollis Watkins, who we just lost a few weeks ago, who made some major contributions to the movement in Mississippi. And in fact, he contributed to the creation of our Civil Rights Museum. When you go into Gallery 3, this little Light of Mine gallery, you can hear his voice. He lent his voice to the museum. And as long as I'm there, his voice will remain so that folks can enjoy it in the future. But we've lost him and so many others, Bob Moses, so many treasures. And the other answer I was going to give is, you know, what's so important about our profession and the archives is institutional knowledge. And, you know, I've seen a lot of young folks come and go from institutions, and I understand it. You know, opportunity is out there, but we've got to figure out a way to incentivize folks to want to stay places long term. That's important in the archival profession, as you all know.
I know that we're nearing the end of the session, but if there is time for at least one question from the audience, I think it's important. All of you have the opportunity to dialogue with us as public historians. Is there one question?
Go ahead, Ashanae.
Thank you. I apologize. So my question is a bit, it's very broad. I want to know what role does or should public historians play in navigating the current political turmoil surrounding government officials and documents that are confidential or top secret? Should I repeat it?
She's asking the question all of us are up against right now, public historians and the issue of documents and the use of documents in people in public responsible positions. I'll start very briefly by saying that I don't think that there's any group of people who understand better how you have to navigate than public historians. We are not only just historians doing history, culture, but we also do public policy. So we're very clear on who records belong to and the importance of maintaining and protecting these records. And so I think if there's anyone that gives us a wonderful roadmap to follow, it's the work of John Hope Franklin. Because remember, he had an engagement with these records frequently when people were less than happy with his research. And I can say again how patient he was with me complaining about the records over at the Columbia Historical Society, who were not happy about someone doing enslavement research, a man enslaving his 33 children, etc. But Dr. Franklin could always encourage you with the stories of what he went through to not only get to, but also push for the preservation of these records. So I think the work and the research of John Hope Franklin gives us an absolutely matchless example of how, with perseverance, it's not easy. I'll let every one of these others speak. It's not easy. But as you're educating, at least I'm educating public historians, that's a significant point that we make in public policy classes.
I don't have anything to add to that, Van. You can.
Well, the only thing I will add to that is that, you know, we do recognize that as often as possible, where near as possible, the records, you know, belong to the citizens of the state of North Carolina. And that is an important point. There are certain embargoes, certain time periods that are placed there. In a state institution, you know, we are, of course, in alignment with, you know, national policies, state policies as well as law. And so a very interesting, unique question, considering there is a question about the state of North Carolina, for those who are unaware, right now, around which records are open to the public and those which are not. But again, I will always be, you know, citizens, you know, who pay the bills, pay the taxes, you know, should have a right, where possible. It's, you know, personnel matters, a whole different area, but where possible, have access to those records.
If the two museum specialists could also add, although we're being very ginger up here, there can be human embargoes, people that don't want you to see. He often talked about clerks and others who literally were gatekeepers. How do you deal with that in your areas, particularly since you're dealing with objects?
All right, I'll take the first stab at it. So going back to the monuments, it's funny that we're now having this discussion. So within the Robert E. Lee Monument, which was technically owned by the state, and then it was turned over to the city, and then the monuments were given to the Black History Museum and Cultural Center of Virginia. But within the Robert E. Lee Monument, there was a time capsule. So, of course, there was a time capsule. There was a time capsule in the Robert E. Lee Monument, and there was also a capsule in the Jefferson Davis Monument. So we are currently trying to figure out who owns what, right? We own the monuments, so we should own the contents of the capsule. But right now, the contents of the capsule belong to the state. So again, just making sure that you have friends, as Dr. Clark Lewis mentioned, everywhere. So we have a close ally to the museum who works in the State Department of Historic Resources, and she is able to keep an eye on everything for us. She said, okay, this box moved here yesterday, this box moved there. So public historians are always in that conversation, and I just want to encourage you to don't give up and make sure that you are becoming a nuisance. You are constantly staying on top of where these records are. And just in closing, if you haven't read John Hope Franklin's Mirror to America, I encourage you to do that. It was when he was writing his dissertation, and it's very descriptive in the book that he was basically like in a cage, making sure that he was writing about the African American experience, and he was unwavering. So have allies everywhere, have eyes everywhere, so you can try to stay on top of it.
I was just going to say, you know, the Department of Archives and History manages the records of all state agencies. And so we have what are called local government records meetings. We have state government records meetings. I'm sure other states do that. And so I would suggest that you look on whoever the agency's website is for the dates of those meetings and attend. And we take records management very seriously. Yes. And I'll give you an example of how you never know how it's going to play out in the end. The state auditor's office in Mississippi was going around the state and taking pictures of a black school, white school, same county, same year, 1955, right after the Brown v. Ford decision. And what they were trying to demonstrate is that they were, in fact, spending money on black schools. Well, one of our archivists at the Department of Archives and History was rummaging through those state auditor's papers one day and just happened to run across those photographs. And what we see today is the stark differences between black schools, white schools, same county, same year. And we actually came up with an exhibit, a schoolhouse exhibit on the fly once we found those pictures, because they tell such a powerful story. And I thank God that our archivists were able to find those photographs. And now we're in the process of trying to identify some of the children in the pictures. And so, yeah, records management, you just never know where it's going to take you. I know everybody on this stage knows what I'm talking about.
I know that we're running over time. Again, I would like to thank all of you for being here. I especially thank the Franklins for being relentless in making sure that public history scholars and the work of John Hope Franklin, and in Washington in particular, we know his peerless work with writing, encouraging students to write, but helping to frame that Brown versus the Board of Education. How I can say, in the 1960s and 70s, I thought he worked at Howard. He was there for so many of our defense. No, really, I thought he worked there. He was there for our defenses, and although that term Negro grated on our ears, he made sure that we understood the excellence that the Negro was supposed to exhibit in scholarship. And I'd personally like to say, it was a whole group of us, the first time Dr. John Hope Franklin said the word African American, we all turned to John and said, "You done good. You worked on your dad." I want you to know you have always done good. The two of you are helping us not just to do good, but to do greater things, not just for us, but to maintain his legacy, and we thank you for it, and thank all of you.
Let's give the panel another round of applause as they exit the stage. All right, well, just when you thought it was over, you know, at 6:15, we're going to turn it up again. So I have a few things that I would like for you to do. I'd like for you to thank the hosts and hostesses for their work this morning, for all day. Our next session will begin. We would like for you to be at the H.M. Shaw School of Education at 6:15, so we can get started at 6:30. If you want to move your cars, you move them down Nelson Street. There is a criminal justice parking lot that's at the stop sign. It's a newly paved lot. You should see a sign there that's designated parking. Or if you want to go across the street to the new School of Education to park in that parking lot, there's also parking there as well. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me. As you all prepare to leave, please make sure that you pick up your posters. Go back out to where the registration desk is. We have posters for you. At this time, I'm going to bring up Dr. Joshua Strayhorn. And as he comes, Dr. Strayhorn, we talked about a legacy of minting PhDs. Dr. Strayhorn left our undergraduate program 5 years ago as an undergraduate, went to Duke University. He just received his PhD from Duke University 2 months ago. Welcome, Dr. Joshua Strayhorn.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know I am standing in the way of a much needed break, so I promise I won't be before you long, but I want to thank the advisory committee for this program, Mr. John W. Franklin, his wife, Mrs. Karen Roberts Franklin, John Gartrell, Dr. Harper, who served as a mentor for me over the years, as well as Ms. Alex Odom and Mr. Andre Van. As Dr. Harper mentioned, I'm a proud graduate of North Carolina Central University, where the Eagle is no ordinary barnyard fowl. And I'm also a more recent proud graduate of Duke University's history department, so I've had the pleasure of benefiting from both legacies and traditions of history. As I was sitting there, I initially thought that my first introduction to Dr. Franklin's work was through From Slavery to Freedom, but then as I realized, my first introduction was through a documentary film shown in Mr. Van's class during my sophomore year of college, where Dr. John Hope Franklin was telling us about his journey to writing From Slavery to Freedom, as well as a lot of the challenges he faces attempting to do the work that we all enjoy and appreciate today. But more selfishly, my appreciation to Dr. Franklin's work is through his work that was mentioned earlier on free Negroes in North Carolina, which made it possible for me to do the intellectual inquiry that I find in my own dissertation work. So as I was reflecting here today on what has happened so far, two things stuck out over the course of the panels. And the first is that the writing of Black history is a subversive act. I did not have the privilege of meeting Dr. Franklin in person, but last night I was listening to some of his reflections on the writing of From Slavery to Freedom. And one of the things that he emphasized is that he was not writing a history of Black first. He was not writing a history of the exemplary Black folks that have contributed great things to our history. He was writing a history where Black folks are integral to the foundations of the United States history. And he wanted to emphasize that in the work that he wrote. And I think that was a really key point that came out in a lot of the things that we talked about today. And first, methodologically, in the first panel, we heard many people talking about some of the challenges that people face when trying to write African-American history, from Dr. Early Thorpe's use of psychohistory to analyze the interiority of Black folks, from people using ethnography and other methods to help people tell stories help people tell the stories of those who were never intended to have this sort of history written in America. And the second thing we learned today is about all the silences and the methods that people use to overcome those silences in the historical record. I want to give a shout out to Dr. Nevius' work on Marinage was very important to my own understanding of Black folks in the Great Dismal Swamp and the legacies of their Marinage in eastern North Carolina. As well as Dr. Erica Armstrong Dunbar's exploration of Black women. And I learned that you can learn just as much from what's not in the historical record as the histories that are relayed there, because her seeing the omission of early Black folks in 18th century United States history helped start a fire to her academic career. But the second thing that became increasingly important is that you can have all of the theories and innovative work, but if it's not accessible to the communities that you're writing about, then you're not doing a great job of doing the work that you want to do. So collaboration with the community was integral to all of the panels and all of the work that folks are doing. We have to work on bringing the archival sources to people, whether that be digitally or working with K-12 teachers and all those aspects, as well as engaging the next generation. Because as important as the work that we're all doing, if it reaches a small amount of people, then we aren't achieving the impact that Dr. Franklin wanted us to achieve. And so I know that even this short amount of time has been an amazing panel. We've heard from a lot of great scholars and academics, and I know the rest of the conference is going to be great. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all tonight at the H.M. Mishaw School of Education. Thank you.